160. 160. That question asks, what is your character's greatest achievement? I guess they would be like what they consider to be their greatest achievement, because it's definitely a matter of opinion. All right, I'm gonna tack on like why. What is your character's? There we go. So we'll throw that into chat. And then while ruminating on that, would anybody for a point of DM inspiration like to, or Factspiration, like to sum up what happened last time on Red-Handed Doom ReMIX? All right. We have a declaration from one Barnabas Benoit. Going once, going twice. Oh,
Stolen.
all right. Ray Duskfate sliding in with the 18. Going once, going twice. And sold to Ray Fina. Alright. Ray, what happened last time?
So, last time on Red Hand of Doom, discussions went well with ReMIX. There's a whole can of, what would the humans say, a can of worms behind her and Jert's relationship currently, so there's probably too much to unpack for right now, but at least she gave us information about the tomb of the Goliath stone sorceress that she is somewhat seeking, and we're still on the fence on if we want to provide her with the information. One little tidbit that did come out of that was that the Red Hand is now working with illithids, or mind flayers, dark evil beings with tentacle faces and a penchant for psionic magics, I believe is how Warkanal explained it to me one time. They are not good creatures, and it seems when we went to go visit Brightcoin, he told us the actual meaning behind the original war with the resting heroes. They weren't just fighting orcs, they were also fighting these illithids. Many were lost, and eventually the illithid city was destroyed, buried, and their people were supposedly killed. But, according to ReMIX, it seems the Red Hand is now working with an undead variant of this creature. So nothing good can come of that. So maybe we can use that information to spur the dwarves to our side, seeing as the illithids are an ancient enemy of them. Brightcoin said that he will attempt to get us an audience with the king, but is more likely to get an audience with his son within the next day or so. So until that happens, he was able to escort us to the tomb of this Goliath stone sorceress. And after figuring out how to get past the tomb's defenses, we came into a large stone chamber that seemed to have been somewhat disturbed by recent, or maybe not so recent, environmental hazards. There was a large fissure in the ground, and from it came a bunch of crystalline spiders, which we are currently fighting off right now.
All right. Very thorough. Thank you for the recap. Do you want Factspiration or Inspiration?
I'll take Inspiration.
Inspiration. All right. Does anybody want to answer the Factspiration question? What does your character consider their greatest achievement and why? Or what do you as the player consider their greatest achievement and why? What is their greatest achievement? All right, Barnabas. He's thinking about answering it, sort of committed to it a little bit, more than anybody else. Going once, go twice. Oh man, Aragorn also kind of interested. Maybe a roll off on natty ones. Oh, Ray sliding in with a fat 8 there. All right, going once, going twice. All right, Ray, double feature.
It's like a race, and two of the people who are in lead just trip at the finish line.
Yeah, when you gas it too fast on Mario Kart, you just spin out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to put myself in the headspace of Ray. I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, Crash, she was more of a kind of indoors person, didn't probably get out as, like, you know, world traveled as much.
Oh
So-
yeah, very very insular upbringing, right? Like
Yeah.
the Fearbolgs didn't really trust any of the other races or cultures of the Vale, so they definitely kept closely knit clans away from other communities and things like that.
Yeah, so I kind of feel like the greatest accomplishment of her so far was gaining the trust of Workonaut to be assigned to this task to escort, or not so much escort, but to accompany the heroes of this war against the Red Hand, to be his, you know, his aid, his confidence. I guess that works too.
Spy. Oh my goodness.
I mean,
all right.
he's not wrong.
Yeah.
She has sent a couple.
What?
She has sent a couple of messages to work on.
I
may have started
betrayed.
that way, but it has come a long ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
OOC, she definitely did send a bird to work on all, telling that you guys were going to the Ghost Lord. So
Yeah.
spy does make sense.
Fair enough. All right. You may ask the same question of any NPC you've met previously during this campaign.
Wow, we don't have our smorgasbord of NPCs. Greatest accomplishments so far. You know what? Since she was recently featured, Regirix.
Oh wow. Regirix's greatest greatest achievement. It would probably be surviving long enough to see Jerd again.
Aw,
That's adorable if it wasn't for the fact that she killed his family.
he didn't kill his family.
Indirectly.
Attack.
Indirectly. Indirectly.
Alright, check the VOD.
I mean, there's a lot of reasons for heart attacks, you know?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
It's a medical
Yeah.
condition.
mhm. She could have shown up and given her good news, and she could have had a heart attack from being too happy, you know? Like,
Now that's fucked up.
I mean, it happens. It happens. All right. I'll take you guys back to the tomb, and you can continue to beat up these spiders. Let's see. So many folders. Dwarves. There we go. All the way at the bottom.
Do we know who started off the first next round?
Rafina has it. It's like the end of her turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've started. It's very hard to build good habits, but I've started trying at the end of a session to leave a note for us for the next session. So it says, let me see, I'll delete all this other shit. Hope it's been, because I'm about to delete it. Ray control initiative entering round 4. Jert in pit. 2 spiders banished. Undefeated spider is mine slivered. And by that I assume its name is actually undefeated. There it is. Okay.
An
Do
ill
I need to-
omen.
Yeah. All right.
We've been fighting
Change
against
out-
a Spire champion this whole time.
Oh man.
Well, if you've never been in a fight, have you ever been defeated?
That's
Mm.
that's true.
Yeah.
Damn, they're doing pretty good for never having been in a fight.
Well, yeah, maybe they don't consider hunting being in a fight. This is probably more of a fight because you're fighting. You're fighting
the
back.
prey doesn't
essentially.
really fight back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. So, all right. Let's see. Initiative. Can't pop it out. Founder 10. Love it. All right. Let's see. Going into round 4. Ray, you control the initiative.
We're not on the map.
Oh, thank God.
What? All right. Thank you
If
for
we
telling
can't see
me.
it.
I thought I was the
Is
only
it
one.
really there?
Well, I was doing this specifically for Jert. Since Jert, like, since you are falling in darkness, like, I guess you can only see like the rocks flying by your face. No, you grab the wall. You're climbing back up. You're climbing back up.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see. Activate. There we go. All right. So Ray, you control the initiative going to round 4.
Okay.
Please pass it here, please, before he steals.
I will pass it to friend Barnabas.
Thank you so much. All right, so I'm out of spell slots, but I have my sacrificial bargain, so I'm gonna have to burn 2 hit dice in order to gain another Misty Step. I'm going to move 30 feet away because I is scared. I turn into a puff of smoke and move through the net
Okay.
and land here. Instead of using a move action, because it seems they can grab me just about anywhere, I'd like to use a minor action to do an intelligence check to discern if maybe there are weaknesses to this creature. It has been pretty resistant to everything, but I'm thinking maybe like thunder or bludgeoning or force skill.
I think this one is currently
alright.
grappled.
We're not playing the. Oh, is it grappled by the elemental?
Yeah,
Alright.
that's what happened at the end of the round.
Okay, let me throw a grapple on there then. There we go.
I mean, it's not gonna stay
Yeah.
that way for
So we're not playing Pathfinder, so I'm not gonna make you guess which skill to roll. So give me an Arcana check. All right. You realize that the spell Shatter is known for doing extra damage to crystalline things, which is thunder damage. Which does confirm your theory that these creatures are vulnerable to thunder damage.
Man, that would have been great if I hadn't just used my last second level spell slot, and I have Shatter loaded, but that's not an option anymore.
But as your patron quickly reminds you, you're never alone. You have your 5 servants.
I hope they have thunder damage.
I'm
okay.
sorry. Who was she calling servants?
Let's not worry about that. You can't hear this conversation. This is a private call. I'm going to Jert, how you doing down there? I'm passing to Jert. Start climbing, buddy.
All right, play passes to Jert.
As he shouts out, thunder damage would be useful. I also
What was
imagine I'm no longer slowed.
Yeah, Barnes, give me a performance to see how you can pump those tiny lungs to really get that message all the way down to Jert in the pit. That's a good point.
Yeah.
All right, Raider, you hear a small raspy squeak from Barnabas, who continues to be dragged away by spiders and just doesn't have a lot of wind left in those lungs. But it sounds like he said something about thunder, something like that.
Yes, I'm stuck under the rock. Hold on.
All right, Jert, you're up.
All right, well, I'm gonna cast jump on myself, and then I'm gonna jump 60 feet. And
All right,
that's it.
sounds good.
Wait, double jump me.
Are you gonna do some like Mega Man X like wall jumps?
That's
Like kind of.
Yeah, but I can't go farther than 60 feet, so I'm just gonna slowly make my way there.
All right, so headcanon though, you'll like jump across and then across
And then back,
again.
yeah, it's like it's almost 5 feet across. Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right, great. All right, that seems
Epic
good.
anime wall run.
All
Yep,
right,
yep.
so that puts you 60 feet down.
Occasionally, if like a rock breaks, he'll whip out the chain to grab onto the next rock and pull himself up.
Beautiful. All right, you may pass to, I guess whoever you like, except Barnabas.
Pass to Ray.
All right, passing to Rayfina. All right, Rayfina, you're up.
Okay. Elemental's got this one grappled, but it can't go until the end of my turn. I don't have... Because I'm right next to Barbas. I heard them, but I don't have anything that's thunder related. Sorry, I'm just looking through my spell list here. These things have a high-ass AC. Shit. I only got one more of those left. I'm gonna need that probably for later. I think she is going to let's see how this thing's constitution is. Well, actually, no. Hold on. We still. You know what? She's gonna reserve for right now. She's just gonna try and blast it with a chill touch. See how that goes.
Okay. Let's
That's
see.
gonna miss.
A 20 does not hit the armor class.
Okay. Well, Ray's just going to kind of just stand in front of Barnabas as like a buffer.
Okay.
Before you do anything else, Ray Driara would shout out for light, please.
Oh yeah, because you're in darkness right now.
I cannot see this enemy.
Oh no.
Ray is the only light around me, so
Oh, but that's a problem.
I said that last session
Oh.
before.
I can step.
Get closer to him. Your air mental will hopefully buffer.
Sure. All right. I'll step another.
All right,
All
now
right.
I can see it. We're good.
The creature is revealed to you.
My foundry was taking a while. All right. That's gonna be it for her. Elemental is just gonna punch.
Okay.
Since it has this creature grappled. But it's not restrained, so that's not an advantage, so that's a miss.
Alright.
It can make 2 attacks.
Yes.
1 second. Number of attacks equal half the spell, so this was what, a 4th level spell, I believe, so the second attack. 27.
Oh, 27 will do it, and it turns out that thunder is not the only thing that it is vulnerable to. It is vulnerable to bludgeoning damage.
Oh,
As you slam into it, crystals shatter and break, some of which will damage the elemental, maybe. Let's see.
it does take. I don't think it's resistant to that kind of
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah, the spider stuff is magical. So let's see. Crystalline spines. Here we go. So 9 points of piercing damage in response, but 32 points of damage.
Okay.
Nice.
And then with its. Oh right, if I try and force movement, it could make a reaction. Damn, I was just gonna dangle it over the fissure because the elemental can fly. And that I think the elemental is just gonna kind of shift just a little
Okay.
bit, just to be kind of in front. And then that is it. It's probably gonna steal.
It is going to steal. It seems to be highly agitated by the air elemental. And the air elemental hitting it has drawn its full ire. As if the air elemental just stands for everything the shale spider doesn't like about the universe. So,
I can't
all right.
remember. I know there's opposites when it comes to creatures from plane of elemental. This is like
Mhm.
OC thing. I can't remember. If
Yeah,
air
it's
and
it's air
are
and
all-
earth. It's air and
Okay.
earth. Yeah.
So then, yeah, this is like Pokemon battle. They hate each other.
There's a beautiful map of the inner planes that kind of shows all the opposing realms and stuff. It's Planescape's gonna be good. It's gonna be good times.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
So ready.
Just when I thought I was done with Dungeons and Dragons,
Watsy pulls it back in.
fucking pulled me back in. It's when they got the original artist from Planescape. That's oof. How could I not? Anyways,
Let's just hope it's good.
Old Shield Spider is up. Old Shield Spider remembers what your people did back in the Elemental Wars. It's not happy about it. It is going to attack with its multi-attack. So it will slam bite against your Elemental. 1 and 2.
Yeah, both those hit.
And then it will use its crystallizing bite. I don't think a 14 is going to hit, though.
I don't think so. I
Nope.
just want to look at its stat block real quick. Okay, yeah, so its AC is 15. That's right.
Alright.
So yeah, 2 of those hit.
And then, just for cool effect, I guess it
Almost
will It's still grappled by you, so it can't do anything else. So yeah, it'll just hang tight. All right, it's gonna pass to its friend, unassertive. All right. Unassertive does not have any. Actually, hold on. I won't pass to unassertive. Let's see. Undo activation. I will pass to undefeated because him's about to die. So we're gonna pass to undefeated, so he could try to do something before the end. Let's see. Radriar, you're up in its grill. It will honor this arrangement and it will fight. So here we go. It's gonna do a slam, another slam, and then it's gonna try to bite you. So 22 for 19 and a 26 for 22, but the bite is a huge whiff.
All right, he gets a little bit of light so that you guys can see him get his ass handed to him, and he gets dropped.
Oof.
Oh shit! All right. Let's see. Wow, that's very exciting for it. All right, you can see that it begins trying to cocoon you up with a bonus action.
You know, for most creatures, Ragear having no organs but having a gemstone body is like bad. But that's probably good
this
stuff
is
for you
like
guys.
a rare delicacy. It's like some blowfish sushi just rolled up into their lair. This is good stuff. All right, so it is going to start cocooning you up with its bonus action. Cocoon a creature within 5 feet is currently restrained by webbing or unconscious. Cocoon creature has disadvantage ability checks and saving throws made to escape the web. So this is similar to its butt webbing. So it's just kind of restrained you up, and now it's ready to take you with it.
No slow.
But what?
But no slow like the other web.
Correct. Yep. And then it is going to, I guess, scuttle towards the edge, dragging Ragear with it.
Oh, hell no.
All right. And then it will pass. Now it will pass to unassertive.
Could Ragear steal?
Oh yeah, Ragear took damage. Ragear want to steal, or you want to hold off?
I can steal.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and give me that natural 20, please.
For me, it's only a 16 or higher.
Oh, all right.
And there it is.
All right.
Nice.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so you wake up and you are in a crystalline, like a silk crystal cocoon. And what do you do?
He asked for light. It is dark now. That's odd. He is going to probably kind of take his arm and whittle it in. What would it be an action to break free? Just to...
Yes, to break free from the webbing would be an action.
All right. He's fine dealing with what he's got at the moment. Instead, he's just going to reach into his esophagus and begin coughing.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
As he reaches into there, he's going to restore it what flesh he has. He's going to heal 34 hit points.
Nice.
And let this thing probably think that he's dead or something.
Oh, all right.
While he's being dragged down. I can use bonus action to activate his fly speed
Okay.
for no particular reason.
Of course, of course. Okay.
And then he's going to pass. Who wants it?
I can take it.
All right. Have fun with it.
All right, Aragorn, you're up.
All right. It's actually even when you sacrifice the first one, so what?
Ooh,
You're coming up
you
pretty low.
yeah, coming in pretty low and garbly. Hello?
Can you hear me now?
No
I mean, we
change
could hear you, but you're super soft. Like you're in a Verizon commercial from 10 years ago.
Persephone, are you in good hands?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? And he gone. Okay. Wait, he's back. Hello?
Looks like he's talking right now.
How is it getting worse each time? Alright, hold on.
I would probably say if he can probably just take his turn and then deal with it after.
Type it out for us.
Or type it out.
Yeah, just type what you're doing and then troubleshoot. Because we cannot hear you.
Oh shit.
That's a nice lightning bolt.
Alright. Lightning bolt straight through that guy. Alright. Dex save. It fails, takes the full damage, and is destroyed. Alright, so Rager, I guess still in webbing, you would drop, bloop. Well, you would hover in place. So you're like a floating spider sack.
It's just like being mummified again.
Yeah, aw. It's like compression therapy for a mummy. It's nice. Alright. Anything else from Aragorn? Bonus action, convert first spell slot for 2 Sork points. Okay, sounds good. Who do you pass to? Because that guy cannot steal.
The only person looks like Layla on our side. Otherwise, it's
Alright.
the spiders.
We did lose Layla in the voice chat.
Oh my god, we lost Layla also? Is it a Discord thing, you think? That people are dropping? No, wait.
I
Someone's
don't
back.
think so. That's Carsiflora.
Okay.
Where's
We will-
Lorenzo?
Guess we couldn't hear them either.
Oh. Alright. Well, we won't pass to them because they're not here yet, so I guess we'll pass to bad guys. Alright, let's see. I'll just burn through the 2 guys that are not here because of the banishment. So let's see. That would be Wonderful and Wanton. Okay. And then we'll pass to Unassertive. Rajar's already gone. We'll pass to Unassertive. There we go. Alright. Unassertive, I guess, has disadvantage on the next attack that it makes. Layla down on the ground. Fire Elemental trying to get close. I think the creature will... Yeah. It is going to climb higher. We discussed that the height of the room was 50 feet. And then it's going to be climbing on the ceiling. And it will head out this way. 50 feet up. From there, it will fire Ass Laser. Is Ass Laser charged? Let's see. I think its Ass Laser is charged. Alright, it's going to fire its Ass Laser at Layla. Here we go. I guess it can't be a natural 20 on every Ass Laser. That'd be ridiculous statistically. Alright, so it fires it. The 12 definitely doesn't hit. It's going to reel it in, and that is going to be its turn. And now it will pass to Layla to finish the turn. Is Layla back with us? No. Alright. Alright. I know Layla had wanted the elemental to get a hold of this thing, but with it running around up there, she's got free guiding bolts. But she did hear you guys say the thing about thunder. So, do they have any thunder spells memorized? They don't have them currently set. Damn.
I better know.
More the same, it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, we could hear you. You're just super low, and like, the quality's really bad.
Definitely seems like a microphone issue.
Yeah. All right, they're gonna use tidal wave because of the revelation of the bludgeoning damage. That seems good. Also, if it works, it'll knock the creature off the wall, which would be pretty cool. So they'll go ahead and do that, creating a sudden surge of water upside down out of the ceiling, trying to push the creature off. It fails the dex save. It takes double the damage. Is knocked prone, which means it falls 50 feet, which is bludgeoning damage. So that would be 5d6 doubled. Let's see. So yeah, it is prone and past bloodied on the ground. An excellent
Nice.
turn by Layla. Good stuff. Let's see. Prone. There we go. All right, it's gonna steal going into the next round though.
Well,
It's not
she
too
has
happy about that.
the fire.
Oh, her
too,
elemental,
yeah.
who can now run up to it. Wow, man, that's a good fucking turn. All right, it's gonna go up and it's going to slam twice with advantage. 24 is going to hit for 15 damage. Unfortunately, a 22 would not hit, and I'm certainly not going to have her succeed at cost if she's not here. So the creature survives, but is near death, and now it will steal. All right. So let's see. On its turn, it will get rid of prone with half of its speed. It will be on the ground. It senses other elemental. And if it moves away from the elemental will surely kill it. Tough call. Tough call. Damn. Yeah. All right. It is going to, I guess, attack the elemental and die fighting its equal.
Perfect turn, Crash.
Oh,
My
yeah.
internet crashed. You did absolutely exactly what I was going to do, except for one thing that I'm going to add in, which is, disadvantage shooting one of those.
Okay. Yeah. 17
Doesn't hit,
would not hit.
But yeah,
all right.
you actually did exactly what I was going to do.
This creature is going to do
Mind reader.
slam, 2 of them, and a bite against the fire elemental. And fire elemental would have taken from the crystal spines 4 piercing damage. So I think the elemental might be destroyed. 20, 22, 14, and 4. I don't believe it has any resistances except poison and fire. No.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it will
Okay.
be destroyed.
Okay. Expecting that it was going to be killed by the fire elemental's flaming body, but not being killed, the creature sort of looks around, like, can't believe it's still alive. And then it is going to, I guess, move towards Layla with the rest of its movement. And that will be its turn. All right. Let's see. Who should it pass to? I guess it'll pass to Old Shell Spider. Alright, Old Shell Spider wants to finish off this elemental. So it's going to attack it with a slam.
Yeah,
23
that does
for
it.
23. Alright. And then it's got its baby right there.
Hello, come get me. Let's do
Alright,
it.
but there is something already neatly packaged though, so that's a tough call. It's a tough call.
And it's a delicacy.
And it's delicacy, that's true. Alright, but
Baby or mummy?
It's its whole action to do a web, but you're already, so it could use its impale. Harpoon-like fang. Get over here. No. Tough call. Alright, it is going to move to here. Yeah, it's got 30 feet of movement. So it'll move right up on the 2 of them, keeping its eyes on Rajar, moving closer. It's going to use the rest of its multi-attack on Barnabas.
Yay.
Since it moved within 10 feet of Ray, reaction,
Mhm.
she's going to use Halo spores, so I need a con save.
Ew. Alright. Con save. Here we go. It fails, taking the necrotic damage. Alright. And then, let's see. It did a slam 20 for 17.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
And then a crystallizing bite. 26.
Ouch.
It will require a con save.
1 second, I just gotta make sure I'm still up even. I am not up, I am down. And con save, you said.
Correct.
15?
15, you begin to turn into crystal.
Can I? Is it worth it? I'm gonna get another chance. I'm already in a bad way, and I could get a really bad succeed at a cost. I'm
not seeing it on Ray's sheet. She had Bronson's leadership ability up.
Oh, right. So that would be another
got
D4.
deleted somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a D4 with anyone within 30 feet of her.
Does an 18 pass?
An 18 is just enough.
Hey,
Right.
just unconscious.
So we had like an aura around you, right? So we remember it was up. What was the distance on it?
It was 30 feet. I built up an effect, but now it's deleted. Don't know why.
That is weird. Yeah. Also, I'm seeing the auras, but they're not like the colors that we chose. It's very weird. All right. Let's see. Barnabas, you could steal if you wanted to.
I really don't want to steal. I'd
Okay,
like to have
alright.
a turn at some point.
Fair enough. Well, then they're gonna pass to Jert.
My apologies, I was muted. All right, I'm just gonna jump the other 60 feet.
Okay. So you are up and out of the pit.
Quick question.
Mhm.
Does the Boon of Gomek automatically activate, or do I get to choose to activate it?
I believe you choose to activate.
I choose not to.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, this thing's pretty injured. Layla looks all right. Barnabas is in trouble. This thing has already acted. So I activated Far Shot Stance at the beginning of the fight, and it doesn't require concentration. So I'm just gonna pull out the weapons and throw them both at this thing.
Okay.
Go.
Hopefully the bludgeoning one hits.
Yeah, right. I get to throw that one twice. So. Oh shit.
God damn. All right. That is definitely gonna hit, and it's bludgeoning, so that's double damage.
And they're all thrown, so they add. Oh, you already put that in that formula. Never mind.
And then the first attack, a 23 would not hit, but the second attack, the critical hit, definitely does hit.
Okay. So the first and the third hit, that's fine with me.
Correct.
On the crits, you know what? I'm gonna save it. I'm not gonna burn anything else or any resources. So I'll catch my weapons. Somebody get Barnabas out of there. That's it for my turn. I guess I will pass to Layla so she can either get away from that thing or kill it.
Fair enough. Layla, to you.
Okay, I'll start with my bonus action. Is it
Okay.
actually 50 feet up in the air, or?
No, it should say, I've changed it to 0. If it's still
Okay.
saying 50, you might be lagging.
I don't know. Everything else loaded. It's fine. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
I was like, I think it should be on the ground. All right. So, not melee myself, so I will start bonus action. Just a nice natty one shot.
Okay. Let's see if there's a complication. Misfire. A random creature takes any damage this action would have caused. If no damage is involved, they take 1d6 to determine the creature. Have all other creatures within 15 feet do a roll-off. So you and the creature, I guess, have to do a roll-off here. The highest result is the target. Okay. All right, so you still hit the creature, but not in the way that you thought you did. In fact, you hit it way harder. It takes 1d6 per APL. Oh wait, if it wouldn't have caused damage. Okay,
Yeah,
so it still hits essentially.
So it bounces off its rocky hide into the rock wall and then back into it.
And that would be enough to kill it.
Oh, hey, George.
Layla, princess.
she will run over to the edge. So far. Let's see, use my bonus action. That's fine. I will just, as an action, how far away is this one? This one is 55 feet. I will close my hand, and around it will envelop a bit of frost. On old shale.
Okay. Let's see. Let's try to do a con save. It fails with a 12, taking the damage.
And
I don't think there's any interaction with cold. So it takes the damage and has disadvantage on its next attack. Alrighty.
That is my turn. Let's see. I guess I did damage it, so it can still into next round.
Well, we still got plenty more people to go this round, though.
Oh, okay. Then my thing is definitely lagging. If anyone's available on our side and wants it, then take it. I will reload Foundry.
Pass into Rayfina.
Okay. Barnabas is down next to me. He had a turn.
And turning into crystals.
Wait, I'm turning into crystals?
Oh no, never mind.
I passed that.
Because you had the aura and all that. Yeah. Okay.
See, Barnabas has not gone yet.
Correct. Barnabas and Aragorn haven't gone, and then the 2 banished ones haven't gone.
And as a note, I do have a thunder attack.
Yeah. I think Ray is going to. Is this an action? I think it's an action. Yeah. She'll put up 4 vitality. Around herself.
A 3rd aura. Good stuff.
Yep. Just
now we're playing 4th edition D&D.
Just stacking Venn diagrams.
Beautiful.
And then bonus action will target Barnabas to heal him 2d6 and get 4.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And that's just gonna stay where she is. And that's it for right now. So I will pass to Barnabas.
All right, Barnabas, to you.
I have 4 health. I'm prone. My thunder attack, I do not believe is going to work at close range, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to just do what I can. So I will use half my movement to stand. I only have 1 spell slot, but I haven't used my free hex today, so I'm going to use my bonus action to hex it, using my free hex, and then I'm going to. Yeah, I'm just going to try to stab it with my bayonet, but I'm going to change all of the damage to fire damage.
Okay.
And that is not going to hit unless I have advantage.
14 does not hit. Its next attack is a disadvantage, but it was not made a easy target.
Yep. And not good. I have half movement still, which could get me into a flank for Radriar, maybe. 1, 2, 3.
I'm a bit wrapped up in something right now, but
yeah, kind of. I just figured I'd position myself at least for it. All right. I use a bonus action. I use my move. I use my action. That's everything. I see Aragorn is still available and Radriar is still available. I'm gonna pass to Radriar because he's wrapped up in something.
All right, Radriar.
All right, mummies don't sleep, so bonus action he's gonna rot.
Okay.
Before he'll finally break free. So
fair.
Just an action. We're gonna check.
All right, so it would be athletics check to tear free if you are planning to tear free.
Yeah, he's gonna bite into it and then take his claws and kind of just try to rip it open.
Oh yeah, no problem. So you tear yourself free and are no longer restrained.
All right, bonus action bonus action. Already did that. Half my movement, right myself up. 15 feet of movement. Can't get that far, but we'll hover behind Ray.
Okay.
Within melee range of the shale spider. That's still true.
All right. You can pass to Aragorn or the Banished Ones.
They want to control, or no? I feel like Aragorn might be able to finish this guy off, so let's do Aragorn.
All right, Aragorn, to you.
Am I good now, or am I still coming out bad?
Oh, you're good now. Did you run to the Best Buy and get a new headset, or?
Hey, I'm using the one you suggested. Okay.
I think he went to Radio Shack actually.
Oh,
Do
dang.
those still
That's
exist?
a deep cut.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I got new batteries too.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't want to use any big
batteries.
spells.
Okay.
I don't want to use any more big spells, so.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you a scroll of lightning bolt if you use it.
Roll me persuasion.
In the middle of this?
Firebolt.
All right, gonna firebolt it. Let's see. 21's pretty good, but does not.
See, wait.
Oh,
I'm still holding concentration.
you are.
Yeah, not worth it. Sorry, guys.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
A bonus action.
Mhm.
I will spend one spell slot, first level, to get 2 more sorcery points.
Okay.
And I'll pass to the Banish one.
All right. They pass, and they pass, and then they control initiative going into round 6. And I guess there's really only one left. So they will pass to the old one going into round 6.
All right.
All right.
If it's starting,
All right.
if it's starting its turn, it needs to make another con save because here comes
All right.
Pillow Spore.
Con save.
That's a fail. It takes 7 additional necrotic.
All right. Let's see. Ray, do you also have fire shield going on? Because your
I
miniature's
do.
on fire.
Yep.
Okay. Why did that get removed?
I don't
All right.
know.
Okay. Is it the cold or the fire resistant one?
It is.
It's the
resistant to
cold to do-
damage.
To
Yeah.
do fire.
Yeah.
Okay.
'Cause
All right.
I was assuming crystal.
Oh,
cold, all
you
that
know what's
stuff.
happening? These effects have timers built into them, and none of the timers work anymore because we're using Lancer. Lancer didn't get updated for 10. So that's why they're all getting shut off. So, pretty sure that's why. All right, let's see. It should at least show the expired effect, though. I'll have to look into that on the break. I'll have to look at it on the break.
I just literally put on the Brindle one, and it's no longer on my sheet. I just did it like 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, that's weird. All right, so with... Yeah, if you put any sort of timer on an effect, every time we go to a new round, it'll just remove the effects. It really sucks. It's so bad that I'm tempted to stop using Lancer Initiative, but I don't have any other viable tools, so it's kind of what we're stuck with. All right, so the Shell Spider's turn is up. It knows that its time here on the Prime Material plane will be over soon, but you guys have heard it, and it was not able to drag the sweet baby away with it, and it's going to take all its frustration out on that sweet baby.
That makes sense.
All right, so it's going to turn to you, and it's just going to pummel you and try and bite you until you are paced.
Yeah, if it doesn't miss one of these, I'm gonna die.
All right, so 22 for 13.
Down.
All right, and then 16.
Oh my god, it missed.
Okay.
Oh my god.
And then a bite.
And that hit. So I'm 2 death saves.
2 death saves. All right, and then a con save.
Right. Not a problem.
All right, no problem.
No problems here.
And you may steal, or otherwise it will pass.
No,
to...
thank you. I had
All
2
right.
death saves.
It passes to.
It can pass to
Aragorn.
me if it wants to. If it really hates me.
Yeah. You know what? It really hates you. It's gonna pass to you.
Okay,
Man,
I'll-
you give me some good.
No.
I'll spend a DM and
No, save it.
I'm willing to take the risk.
Are you gonna take the risk? You sure?
Yes.
I mean, it's either that or we're just gonna revive you afterwards. But
We're trying to reincarnate him.
I swear.
I don't have that prepared.
I wouldn't be that adverse to it. I was never supposed to be a halfling.
Damn.
Okay. Hold on. I gotta add in the 2 death saves before I roll this.
All right.
Okay, and here it comes. What the hell? What's it? Why is it normal? Oh no!
Oh,
Barnabas has died. Well, there it is.
For the 3rd time.
Wait, he has a fate point.
I don't want to use it. Really?
if you
I
have,
thought-
if you have
Just to revivify it, it hasn't had a chance to completely mangle his body, you know? Like,
These
But I
spiders are
mean-
going to rip your spine off and eat your head.
I mean, they are, if they get one more activation, they will smash you
Yeah.
into paste. So yeah, like that would be pretty bad.
Counting
All
on
right.
you guys. Get it done.
Yeah, that's, what, 5 people, 1 spider, no problem.
Rafina, there's a fresh corpse right there. Animated.
Unfortunately, he's outside of my range. It's only 10 feet.
All right.
Thank God.
Who do you pass to, Barnabas? This rogues gallery of allies.
Well, not Aragorn.
There's a man across the ravine who could definitely relate to your feels and situation right now. He was dropped into a bottomless chasm by an ally.
I pass to the person who knows my pain.
Okay, Jerk Bandit.
Wow.
Knower of pain, you're up.
All right. I understand his struggle implicitly, and I take action. All right. Let's see here. Is this the only thing left?
Yeah, the other 2 have been sent home. As
Okay,
long
let's
as Aragorn can maintain concentration for a few more rounds, they are happily returned undamaged to the elemental plane of Earth.
Well, they are damaged. They were the only 2 we damaged
Oh,
before
well,
it happened.
So we're gonna run up to the edge here, and then we're just gonna leap across the chasm.
all right.
All right. Let's see. 20, 30 feet. Perfect. All right. So first, I'm gonna throw, make 3 attacks on this guy with my action.
Alright.
Because he has already acted, correct?
Correct. Yep. You guys control the initiative for the rest of the round.
Sick. 2, 3.
Nice. All 3 of those are gonna hit.
Hell yeah. You'll love to
let's
see it.
see, boop, and then double damage, and then double damage, and dunzos. All right.
And then for flavor, since my target's gone, I'm gonna use my bonus action to throw my chain lasso around Barnabas to drag him to this square next to Ray.
Okay, sounds good.
And that's gonna be the end of my turn. I will
I
pass to
swear.
Ray.
Oh
All
no.
right. Because Barnabas is down, we cannot end initiative. So Ray, to you. Oh wait, no, he's dead, right? Yeah, he's
He's dead,
Yeah,
but
so
I dragged his little
You have
body
10,
next to Ray.
you have 10 rounds.
okay. Yeah, so,
Zombie.
so we'll stay here until we know the fate of Barnabas Benoit. So Ray, you got anything?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just your slow hesitation there. I'm just so. All right.
Lex is the one that's a little bit one of these days I'm gonna turn someone into a zombie. It's gonna be fantastic. But that today is not that day, especially not on
You've
that
made a
ally.
zombie before. I remember that.
I did, but it was for our little infiltration mission. Yeah, she'll spend the 3rd level spell slot to revivify poor little Barnabas.
Okay.
And also
And the associated diamond or diamond dust.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm pretty sure she has it. Let's make sure.
Well, I know our party had at least 2, or we have at least 1 full diamond.
Yep, I do. So
Okay.
that is Gonzo.
All right. With that, the battle would end. Aragorn, you would maintain your concentration, and then you feel that those creatures have been returned to the elemental plane of Earth.
You know, guys, there wasn't enough spiders. Maybe I should bring them back. No?
Yeah, look,
You mean you threw me down a hole just to throw me down a hole and for no other purpose than to throw me down a hole? Is that what you're admitting right now?
Bonus action, I'm also going to heal Barnabas 2d6 because I still have 4 vitality going. So you get 8.
Thank you.
Friend Barnabas, you always get into trouble.
I can't help it that I look so edible. I now understand the plight of Orion.
quickly.
Who the hell's Orion?
Okay. Quickly, Roger.
Rajar is gonna float down and slip his claws underneath Barnabas's back and a lower leg, and he's gonna pick him up like a princess. But he seems to be taking the opportunity that he has a fly speed to take them over the cliff.
Oh,
Thank you.
Sounds good. All right.
And as he's hovering you over, he just kind of looks down, and the most unholy of angels, dripping flesh, would ask, "First time popping the coffin."
This is but my third venture into the void.
I can see it in your eyes.
Yes, we've all perished in service to this goal, and this will probably not be the last time. I'm grateful that we had those diamonds to bring me back, and I didn't have to sacrifice more of my patron's power to come back.
Why do you need help getting across?
Oi, can you carry me, please?
Pick you up and jump.
Ooh! So this is what it feels like. I like it.
Can we please take a nap?
Well, I was going to roll for the rest of Ray's aura because it's going to expire by the time this is all done.
Nice.
I think Barnabas is probably the worst out of all of us, so get the full 21.
Thank you much. It puts me back up to half.
Barnabas.
Yes?
I was just welcoming you back.
We gotta stop taking these journeys to the other side. I think this is we've just barely opened this can of worms. Whatever's waiting for us deeper in this temple, I'm sure will present more challenges, and we should rest and prepare ourselves for it.
I have no need for rest.
Well, I'm glad that others made it out of that unscathed. I am completely spent on resources and pretty banged up. We can do heroic short rests now, is that correct?
I believe you get one per day.
I think so.
Yeah.
And that counts towards our total of 2 per day?
2 per day, yep.
Okay. I mean, we haven't taken any other short rests since we've been here, so me as well.
Yep, starting at level 9 once per day, the player characters can gain the benefits of a short rest with only 10 minutes of time, rather than a full hour. This still counts against their available short rest for the day.
Should we consider harvesting these creatures? They're pretty interesting.
Rajiar would reach down towards his rib cage where he was bit. One of his ribs has been turned into crystal, and not his own crystal, and he's gonna snap it off, just entirely, instead of waiting, and would say, "Whether we need to, I could recover. If you would
Take a
like
moment.
to."
That's a
Let's
good,
take a moment to sit.
That's a good point. That crystallization, is that lingering?
Is it a lingering?
Yeah.
No, you get the sense that if any of you had succumbed to the effects, you would have been turned into crystal permanently.
So, like, the creatures would have to bite you over and over again to turn you.
Well, no, it's like a basilisk. Like, instead of turning you to stone, they turn you into crystal.
Right. Takes one bite and it's 2 saves.
Yeah. The standard 5th edition double stave or suck mechanic.
How interesting. I would absolutely love to harvest some of these things' teeth. Barnabas, it would be a fun weapon for you to make.
Or perhaps a potent poison of some sort. Tough to say. If
Very well, take your rest. I will harvest the beast.
I'm going to convert 6 sorcery points into 2 second level spell slots.
We're short resting, it looks like?
Apparently, yeah. Alright.
Oh, yeah.
Very well.
I will begin the process of attempting to harvest the creatures that were on this side.
All right. Go ahead and give me a knowledge. I would accept nature or arcana.
If it's a knowledge nature, Jurt looks at you, says nothing, and gives you advantage with answering silence.
You determine that these are a type of earth elemental, likely from the borderlands between elemental earth and essentially the plane of radiance, which is to say there's sort of a quasi-elemental, para-elemental type plane of crystals. And while these creatures were not completely crystalline in their functionality, they definitely enjoyed a good crystal snack, and were likely drawn to this place by the abundant crystals. More than likely, it was just a bad timing situation where they were coming up to check out the crystals. You guys showed up. You know how adventurers do. They just seem to stumble into trouble. As creatures of crystalline earth, the essence that is left from the creature as it dies and crumbles to bits is a combination of arcane dust that could be harvested, and also the essence of crystalline earth, which essentially you can apply it to a weapon. That weapon will become magical if it was not already, and it will also deal 1d6 additional thunder damage, and it will do double damage to objects and structures.
Nice.
As far as bits of the creature that are still intact, yeah, that is where we'll have you do a harvesting check.
Okay.
Okay.
I have harvesting tools. What stat would you like me to use?
For this, I think you're just kind of picking through the remains, trying to figure out what is left. So we could actually go wisdom on this. You're just trying to make sense of what you're looking at.
Roll it as a save for you.
All right. Okay, yeah. So with that, you are able to kind of grab the center, like, barbed proboscis type thing that was coming out of its mouth hole, and it was spearing people with. So that can actually be made into a javelin. The javelin, once constructed, would be a magical weapon, but you could throw it with the intent to crystallize something. Whether it succeeded or not, the javelin would be destroyed in the process. But if it hits the target, they have to make a DC 18 Constitution saving throw, or begin turning to stone, and then follow-up saving throw, turn to stone. So petrification effect. You feel, Barnabas, that it would be relatively easy to convert that into a javelin,
Cool.
given that was kind of what it was already doing in the first place.
And you're saying that's like a one-time use magic item?
Well, it can be used as a javelin, like a +1 javelin,
Right.
normally. But if you decide, hey, I'm gonna go for it.
Yep.
Win or lose, it will like shatter upon impact.
Gotcha.
Cool. All right, and so the remains, there were 3 creatures that you killed, so you would be able to make 3 of those javelins. And then, as far as the chunks of elemental earth, let's see, 3d4 plus 3. Nope, gotta roll it. Hold on. /R. There we go. So 8 chunks of crystalline earth, and then...
Question about those. How long does that powder last on the weapon? Is it like a one attack situation? Or...
1 minute.
Okay.
And then 7 ounces of arcane dust. So arcane dust, I think you've encountered it before, but if you use an ounce of arcane dust when you're casting a damage-dealing spell, it will allow you to re-roll one of the damage dice from the spell and keep the second result. So it's not super great, but you know that's what it's for. Is essentially it can boost spells that you cast with it.
Okay. She will hand, I guess, 2 of those off to Barnabas, 2 of those off to Ray.
Nice.
I'm checking my compendium to see if I have these already made. I'm pretty sure I do.
Were you handing off to me?
2 of the arcane dust.
And the chunks of elemental earth add 1d6 thunder damage?
Correct. Yeah, I'll get you guys the actual items for them.
Oh, cool.
The consumables.
Which, of course, those we can split between Jert, Barnabas, and Ratriar.
Okay, so Layla, I'll just give you 7 of these arcane dust. You can figure out how you want to divide them up, and then you need 8 of the earth. Okay. All right. So while I'm doing that, what are you guys getting up to?
Rajiar is thrown away his piece of ribcage and is just recovering. He tries to eat the sack lunch, but I'm not sure if you guys saw that atrocious roll. It is like trying to stuff food down someone who really does not want to eat. Coughing the whole time, it's not good. But beyond that, he would be watching with a perception check to see if anything is here. Or could have heard that massive battle.
Okay. I'm keeping track of passive perceptions, but yeah, if you want to give me an active perception, you can. All right. It is eerily quiet, but that's hopefully a good thing in a tomb.
It is a resting place.
Yeah. All right. And Layla here, I'll throw these crystalline earths onto your sheet as well. And
Barnabas just... Sorry.
8 of those. No worries.
Barnabas just kicks his little legs over the edge of this chasm and smokes a cigarette while he takes his heroic rest.
Okay. When you guys are done resting, it's only 10 minutes. I'm not going to roll any encounters or anything. Just let me know when you're ready to head out.
Stuff. Okay. All these expire now.
You don't think we'll come across any dwarven traps, will ya?
Well, the dwarves built this place, so I can only imagine that we will.
So aside from the magical wards that were placed on the doors?
Well, I'm expecting some, I don't know, golems, constructs, that sort of things.
Well, it seems the wards that were on the doors were supposed to summon some sort of elemental, so I'm assuming stone, seeing this was a stone sorceress.
Aye, you're right.
I think actually, Ray, she was a Goliath sorceress.
She was a what sorceress?
Never mind.
She just
Oh,
gives you a
I got
quizzical. She just gives you a quizzical look.
Oh, I understood that one.
All right, let's head deeper into the temple before I lose my hex.
You sure you want to go first, though?
If no one else is going to. I don't know where the door is. I can't find the way out of this room.
He is slow, but he is in ahead. And Rajar will start making his way up the stairs.
Okay.
Oh, might want to end the combat tracker.
Oh yeah, thank you. I will say that is a good thing about 10 is 10 doesn't break if you leave combats going. And if you go to end a combat, it will actually cycle through every active combat in the world to check if you want to end them. So that's been cool. Oh, all right. So as you guys move here, and the light shines upon it, you see a very grand and ornate plinth, and upon that plinth is a sarcophagus of incredible size and craftsmanship. It depicts more of the same, the life and adventures and sacrifices of this great ancient hero.
Rajar would be pulling out a censer and lighting it
Mm.
to place beside it and begin speaking rites in Draconic as he begins to look over the coffin respectfully.
Fair.
With slightly less respect, I'd like to investigate the coffin for traps.
Okay. All right. So as you investigate it, you see nothing that would indicate traps, but you do see that there are words written in the giant language. And do you speak giant, Barnabas?
No.
Ooh, I speak that.
Same
Call
here.
Rafina.
Do
What?
you?
She does.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Um,
nowadays, you don't always speak the same language that your species is. That's it's an optional thing now.
That's true.
All
The other
right.
thing I was going to do was it's innate, so she can also spend the first level spell slot to do another detect magic around her. But yeah, when the words of that are pointed out, she'll look at them.
If you have to spend a spell slot to do it, I could ritual cast. I don't know if you can.
I already spent my innate one. It's fine.
I suppose I would lose hex.
Yeah, you would. Seeing that everyone is investigating this tomb.
What did these giant words say, Rafina?
Oh, sorry. Rafina, as you read it, it says blood bound or family found. Only those may call upon me.
We'll repeat that to everyone.
Does no one have any history with this hero?
Looks at Aragorn, the sorcerer dwarf.
Well, I mean, we certainly aren't blood related, but
All sorcerers come from bloodlines.
But I think it's more of the second part, family found.
Go.
She seemed
Trying to open it, Aragorn.
She seemed herself considered adopted by the dwarven culture, so maybe that's family found.
aye, you're right. She's a dwarf in spirit, I'll tell you that much. he'll try to open it, or at least call upon, if literal.
Feeling your intent as you go to move it, despite your stone cunning telling you that the lid must weigh about 3,000 pounds, you slide it aside as if it was made of paper. Yeah. Inside, you see the crystallized remains, as if her body, almost like petrified wood, just sort of took on the qualities of resplendent, luminous stone. And as the light shines upon this giant lady, it creates a scintillating, almost like disco ball effect of light that just kind of shines out and about. She seems to be at rest and at peace, and crossed over her chest, her arms hold 2 twin daggers. Her body, as you look upon it, you can see variations in the coloration of the crystal that hint at or indicate tattoos or sort of ritual markings that she bore in life.
Oi, which one of you smart felts know a thing or two about this stuff? As he'll point to the tattoos.
That must be what Redirix was referring to. We may want to figure these out, mark them down. If we're not going to take them, we should at least copy the designs.
Does Jared have... Jared has Keen Mind, right? Would he memorize everything about this?
I'm just gonna look at them. Yep.
Can we just take it, please?
Take what? The tattoos?
The bones.
No!
Oh, there's no bones. Her body is like crystallized. It's like
the crystal bones.
No.
Barnabas, we're not robbing the grave of a hero. No.
But
Exactly.
Okay.
And Aragorn will slowly take the daggers out, though.
Okay. All right. It seems like it would be impossible for you to take the daggers because her hands are like solid crystal and gripping them tightly. But as Aragorn, you reach for them, they come loose easily.
It's a dwarven thing. You wouldn't understand. And then he'll pocket them.
Barnabas pout.
When these are daggers, these are Goliath daggers. So these are more like short swords. For yeah, but they big. They big.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Barnabas pouts as he grave robs and is told he can't grave rob.
It's not grave robbing. They're used for a good purpose.
I have purposes.
All right, let me see
right.
Let me
But
see
you
if
went to put
that
her bones in a jar too.
It's not going to be a jar.
Oh, they look nice.
More of a...
Did you have to click the
box.
link for them, or were you able
Yeah.
to? Okay. Man, it used to just show stuff when you posted the links.
Yeah.
Ugh, the hard times. Okay.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh, pretty.
Nice.
All right. So these are pretty powerful magical item. They are serendipitously and in no way planned meant for a sorcerer, but they could be used by anyone. Let's see. But if they are used by a sorcerer, they can be used as the spellcasting focus for the sorcerer. So, but do you want to identify them now or later?
We identified them in the battle wagon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. So as you study the markings and the tattoos, you get a general sense of their design, but not truly like what they would do. But you do have a good sense of them. If she has any such markings on her back, you are unable to see them.
She's like...
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say she's probably like fused to the bottom of the coffin.
I mean, she's definitely laying in repose.
Does these markings radiate any type of magic? Ray has detect magic up. I'm wondering if there's like a school that's associated
yeah,
with
there would be some lingering magic there. But now that she's like an object per se, like the magic of these tattoos would kind of have faded. But at what you could tell that at one time they would have been magical.
Okay.
I'd look to the rest of the party like, can we turn her over so we can continue to study the designs? We're not gonna steal anything. Just slight disturbance.
It's best we don't disturb more than we have already.
I think it's best that we don't get our minds destroyed by mind flayers.
I think it's best you honor our customs and let
As you steal the weapons from a grave.
Your people didn't even honor her last request. She requested to be buried in the Hall of Heroes, and you put her outside of town.
Well, then that will have to change once all is said and done.
You mean you're going to remove the skeleton?
You know what I meant.
It sounds like you haven't stacked the final brick yet. She can be moved. We will have this information. And he will, even though he's the most religious / careful of them, he's going to start to reach in very, very carefully after pouring some sand into the coffin, as though to nestle his hands underneath the shoulders and begin to lift her. He would, however, gesture for everyone to back away.
Oh, already had you.
Alright, it is heavy, for sure. I mean, she's like 8 feet tall and made out of stone. But, you know, you have a decent strength score, and possibly with assistance you guys could lift the body out, or roll it over. I don't know what the intention is.
Intention is just to flip her over in the sand.
Okay, fair enough. Alright, so you kind of roll her over, and it is good that you did, because you do see that the markings continue to the back as well.
Let's make a camera shutter sound.
Yeah. Basically, they start on the... Are they called the temples? The parts of your face that are like between your eyes and your ears? Is that your temples?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, okay. So they start there, and they go down to the neck, and then branching onto the shoulders, they make like a mantle, and then part of that mantle is on the back. And they do seem to be essentially like almost hard lines with square ends that sort of make sort of intricate, sort of labyrinthian patterns.
Interesting.
I will assume the answer is no, but I would be remiss to ask. Druids deal in a lot of tattoos and inscribing. It's nothing of that nature, is it?
Oh, I mean, this is definitely a magical tattoo situation with all the information that you guys have gathered.
But not in like a language I recognize.
Oh, no. It's not a language. It's just, these are definitely just symbols or okay. Like, yeah. You could do I would honestly say Arcana would probably be the best one to try and interpret what you're seeing.
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah. You're not 100% sure what the tattoo does just by kind of looking at it. It doesn't seem to give you any hints at what it does.
The body is in like a crystalline state, but is there any way of being able to examine it medically to understand like how they passed on?
I would probably say no, because they're yeah, I mean they're pretty much just like crystallized at this point.
Okay.
And like the equipment that they're wearing other than the daggers is also like crystallized, so you would not be able to sort of pull that free to examine.
I would have to like start breaking into the body in order to do
Right.
that. Okay.
Being a sorceress, she didn't like have need of armor or anything, so she is not wearing much burial garb, but what she was wearing has sort of fused with the transformation.
Yeah, because Ray would respect this. I was just asking that question because this individual had been fighting against, the Illithid and whatnot, so wants to know like how they died in battle. If it was something that was obvious, or if an autopsy needed to be done. But yeah, if I have to like crack it open to this nut, then she's not gonna do that.
Well, historically, she did survive the battle, the war, such as it were.
Oh, okay.
And she stayed on with the dwarves, even when the dwarves kind of separated from the rest of the people and, felt betrayed and abandoned. Like she stayed on with them. She died in battles against Drow, who were sort of, border raids kind of deal.
Ah, okay. That makes more sense then.
Well, I don't understand this, but we have enough. We could recreate this.
Do we?
Is what I'm asking, Barnabas. Do we?
Crash, do I feel like I understand it based on what I've written, sketched down, or?
I would need an Arcana check from you.
Okay.
I will give you assistance.
Even with assistance, Barnabas, you were struggling to understand how best to recreate this yourself, essentially.
Well, I am having a rough day. I did die just like 10 minutes ago. I hate to say this, but we may require Regirix's specialties to reach the true secrets of this magic.
Like you could figure out how to. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Just ask Satirin. I'm not working with her. I will not give her this information.
Agreed, Church. I would rather desecrate this body, break it apart, and...
Oh, you would not do that to
etch
me.
its ruins in charcoal than deal with that thing.
Okay, but yeah, she will probably try to get in here now that we've opened it up, and there's like a chance she's been following us since we left the tavern.
Oh God, has she?
That's what I would do.
She gave us enough information as breadcrumbs. Well, do we have what we need here?
Yeah, I believe we have everything. Aragorn, you want to slide the cat back on this thing?
We do not have everything. We cannot recreate it. We are not done here.
Yeah, and if we bring this information to Brindle, it may come too soon. This may be a secret that we need to know while we're here, potentially dealing with them. But I respect Jert's standpoint in not dealing with this creature who has affected him.
Now, don't get me wrong, Barnabas. You, as a craftsman, as an artificer, all that, you could probably recreate the design that you and Jert have kind of jotted down and drawn into your book and all that. But you don't understand like what it does or how, like, and therefore not knowing what it does, you don't even know where to start to recreate the effect because you don't know what you'd be making. Like you've heard of magical tattoos,
But I understand that I've never dealt with magical tattoos before, but we do have an idea of what it does, and I don't know if that actually helps me get there. But like she told us, it protects from psionic abilities, so I don't know if that helps me get in the direction, but
it's like saying
it would definitely help, but you don't know like right now
how it works.
What I'm saying. It's gonna take time to figure it out on your own. Yeah, and I'm sure you could figure it out on your own, but it would take time.
It's like seeing a random picture of a recipe, or sorry, a dish, and then not knowing, what implements are used.
Yeah,
to cook
there you go.
in,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
what
yeah.
are
How to do
what
that?
ingredients.
That's a great example. You're seeing the finished product, and you're sure that in time you could recreate it.
Yeah.
And you're sure that using these markings would probably help in some way, but you don't know yet. Yeah.
All right. Well, I will do my best to recreate these if we feel that will be beneficial to our future success. But for the meantime, let's get the hell out of this creepy tomb.
Eric's going to close the sarcophagus.
Really
Alright.
quick, Ragiar before would look towards you all. Would it be wise to take a piece out in case she comes down on you?
Yes.
Okay. He
I have a
would.
thought on that, Radriar.
Why would she be? Why do that? She can't open the sarcophagus.
You don't know that. She can change her shape. She could maybe trick it into thinking she's a dwarf.
Does she has dwarven blood in her? I'm
I-
pretty
Changes
sure
the
you.
entirety of her form. There's no way to know. Are you going to run that risk?
I'd also be willing to bet that she's collected some dwarf blood.
So you're willing to? Yeah. Never mind.
I'm willing to not take chances.
Crash.
There's the swords he's holding.
Based on the discussion that Ray was having with Regirex about the Fey Dark, does it seem plausible that her abilities would allow her to change on like almost a DNA level?
I would say it'd be unknown based on just the conversation.
Okay.
And then the concept of DNA in a
That's a
D&D
little
fantasy
bit.
setting. Yeah. So it would really just come down to, is the change illusionary or is the change actual transmutation magic? So if the change is actually transmutation magic, it really comes down to the intent of the spell. Like, is the magic strong enough to discern?
Or if she's even using a spell at all.
Right. Yeah, like there's a lot of things that play with magic and rituals and things like that.
There's a lot of unknowns. I think Ray
What would be well known, I think, to Barnabas particularly, would be you can't polymorph into something and get parts from it, because the polymorph is temporary, and therefore everything about that form is essentially made of magic. So it's not real, it wouldn't count.
So we leave the sarcophagus closed.
Aragorn.
Look, if you're willing to do this, then you should be willing to work with her. And if you aren't willing to work with her, then
What
You're
is the
not doing
difference
it.
between taking the swords for yourself, whether you're going to return them or not, and taking a piece that could be used against the people that you're using the swords to protect?
you don't even understand.
Hand up, Aragorn. Can I speak?
Sure.
I will not tear off a part of her. Can I perform a ritual to keep the body from being desecrated by that creature? And then we all leave. I will have Radriar stay to help me close the tomb. And I can assure you no part will be removed from the body.
But ritual? How can you ensure your magic will stop her? You've seen what she can do.
Can Eric go perform an insight check on Layla?
Sure.
Is that okay, Crash?
What is what okay?
Oh, can he insight check Layla?
Yeah, sure. Give me an insight check, Layla. If either give me a persuasion or a deception, depending on what your intentions are. Okay. Wow. So Aragorn would see right through any sort of deception that you're giving Layla. It's 25 versus 13. He reads you like a book.
You'll just see him narrow his eyes a bit, close the sarcophagus, and we leave.
You don't make the decision for us.
I've spent
And what you gonna do about it, boy?
entombed in a sarcophagus like this.
Going to discuss with my teammates that I've been with.
Refuse to give Regirex more power than she has. If she has security from the Illithids, she will go back to the Red Hand. I would sooner rip a part of your body off Aragorn than leave this one intact. The choice is yours. Your arm or hers.
I don't think you can join our group and make decisions like that for us just because you come from this place. We are trying to save everyone. We must come to the decision as a group.
I don't think you can come desecrate my people's champion just like that, just because.
You chose to come down here with us.
Yes, to get the tattoos, and we got them.
And the swords in your hands?
Look, I know this is very important to you.
You neglected to mention that.
Aragorn, I know this is very important to you. I know you're very passionate about the culture of your people, but I need you to understand that everyone here has sacrificed a great deal to get to this point, and we are determined to defeat this enemy that is threatening the Vale at almost any cost. And we will return this part as soon as the Vale is safe, and we can redesignate the location of this tomb at that point, but we need to do what is best for the Vale. You won't have a culture if we don't stop them.
We get a poll.
Yeah, sure.
I'm
curious. I'm curious. You guys are taking. You want to take her arm?
Oh, hold on. No,
that
no
was
arm.
like an analogy he was using, but a piece of the markings to interrupt the pattern so that nobody can recreate it.
Yeah, the arms are
I
probably.
can gain us some favor.
I see.
It's an alternative.
Ragiar does look like he's just about ready to start doing something.
So
that
Whatever part of the pattern you take, it can't be something that has a parallel. So don't take an arm, take something off the backer.
Here's the thing, like, this is bad table manners for me to make a decision for the party or like jump in like this, even though I know that most of the group's in the agreement. So I just want to like let you guys know, like, out of game. Is it cool if Ragiar just does something so that because it sounds like we are mostly in agreement, pull or not.
I support your decisions.
I feel like we should poll, and then regardless of the outcome, you should do it.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. So we can see how we really feel, and then it happens anyway.
All right. Well, I'll throw it up, break the pattern, and leave the body intact. I understand from a roleplay standpoint, Aragorn's hesitation, but ultimately, Aragorn, these outsiders, they are doing whatever they can. You just watch this dude die, to continue, continue forward, literally picking themselves up from death to keep going. There is I think a sense that they are willing to do whatever it takes to do this, and that is how dire the situation is. Either these people are completely insane, or this woman / creature Regirex and the people that she serves are that big of a threat that they're willing to do that, and they're willing to endanger essentially your life if they have to. They have been pushed that far. So it would really come down to Aragorn if he, as a dwarf who, are known for their stubbornness and stuff, could he find some measure of respect in their stubbornness, and kind of see the bigger picture here of what they're trying to do and what they're willing to do to make that happen.
Aragorn.
But yeah,
God, it's so hard to choose.
But
As a player,
either way, as you're thinking it through, I'm assuming Ragiar would just
So
I think,
what?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so
hold
what
on,
rage?
Can I just get one little quick
yeah.
thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Aragorn, I understand that this person is very important to your culture. If they were alive right now, I feel like they would do what is necessary in order to ensure that the enemy of her adopted people were not to return, and that enemy has allied with the Red Hand. I understand your reservations to desecrate her body, but I feel like if she was here right now, she would agree that if there is anything that we can do to stop the Illithids and the Red Hand from ravaging the rest of the Vale, then to do it.
Layla just blinks absently, puts a hand on the ledge of the casket, and slowly sticks a finger in until it's touching the skin.
I can see wisdom in that. You know, I grew up hearing tales about her. Kind of the reason why I even bothered dabbling into my magic, but...
Oh shit.
Are you burning the whole body?
Oh my god!
No. So Rajar has leaned over, and while he has put this body in sand and coated it in it, he just looms over it, opens up the hinge of his jaw, and begins to vomit forth what I can only describe as his decaying locust-like breath. And it is just a complete necrosis that decays it over time. It's like accelerating it a couple hundred years of decay. And with the sand in there, it should be mushy, the crystals should start cracking, and he just begins to pour it in there as though making it just accelerate at a way more natural rate than it should.
Well, I wasn't expecting we were going to disintegrate the body, but okay.
I thought you just wanted a piece.
So necrotic damage against something like stone or crystal would essentially just be like erosion. So
Exactly.
with these very gentle barfs, none of which going particularly high for damage threshold of stone or anything like that, you would sort of wear away the shoulders and neck area enough that the pattern is now indistinguishable, while leaving the remains intact.
Correct, and that was the plan.
So
Perfect.
you guys have seen statues in real life where they're like, hey, if you rub this statue's crotch, it's good luck, and the crotch has no detail because it's just been rubbed so much. Yeah, it's like that. Like that particular area has just been sort of rapidly eroded down.
Perfect. Compromise. Let's go.
Sorry, Layla, if your finger was there. You might have lost a finger.
It's just a skeleton bone.
Well, I guess she'll pull it away, seeing you come around. And with the insane intensity in your eyes.
He would look over towards you, Layla. Not necessarily apologetically, but understandably that you might be upset. But he will turn over, and as he begins to walk down, he will just say to Aragorn, "If you consider time and erosion desecration, do worse to my body when I'm done with the Red Hand. Let your people punish me after death, as I have done here."
I'm gonna go spend happy smiley time with the B team because that made me sad.
If Aragorn is still there before he kind of leaves, Ray is going to, just in a little bit of consolation, is going to spend a second little spell slot for Gentle Repose after Rajar is done decaying most of what was there. Hopefully the rest won't be immediately decayed.
Well, again, I'm assuming that the way it was handled was to wear down the stone so that the details would no longer be distinguishable.
Right. This is just to hopefully.
Yeah, and it's a good gesture as well. It's a good gesture as well.
Thank you. Let's just hope no one else finds out about this.
Hopefully.
Put it on me if they do.
Hopefully that's enough to ward off Jert's Yandera. Let's get out of here.
Okay.
You might want to come and close the lid.
Oh shit, you're right. He'll just immediately close the lid.
Good scene. Good scene. All right. As you guys head towards the chasm to exit, you cross the chasm and you exit.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
All right.
I was ready.
Let's see.
Ass cheeks unclench.
I thought that was fun for me because after that fight you were like, we have no idea how deep this dungeon goes. We have no idea what other horrors await us. What puzzles, what traps, it's right there.
honestly, I'm relieved. It
Yeah,
wasn't
no.
I mean, we went
Yeah.
through the tomb of the Orc Slayers, and we're kind of expecting the rest was gonna be like that too.
I mean, this was bigger than the tomb of the Orc Slayer.
Yeah, but like he had like traps and he had monsters. I mean, other than the spiders, like we were expecting there was gonna be like additional stuff on that.
Yeah, we did
Yeah.
have 2 puzzles before this though, so.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right.
And
So,
we also avoided an elemental fight.
when you
Oh,
guys
yeah.
had, yeah, that's true. You did a lot of things to prevent having to having more stuff happen. So it was well done. I don't know why you guys still have these effects on you. There we go. All right. So as you guys head back upstairs, your ally, Brightcoin, is there. And he says, you weren't down there too long. Was it manageable? Were you successful?
And then some.
That's good to hear. Well then, shall we head back to the merchant's quarters, that you might get some rest, and I'll send word to my contacts to try and get you a meeting. If not with the king, then with his son at least.
We were going for the sun first, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Um,
Please, let's go back to town. I could use a drink.
Ray would ask Brightcoin, is it also possible to get a audience with the king's daughter? Is she a cleric, I believe?
Yeah.
Oh, the king's daughter. I don't believe the king has a daughter. Is there something you know that I don't?
I thought it was
Wait,
mentioned,
what?
thought it was mentioned that he had a daughter too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar.
His son has a lady who
Helga the Axe.
Yeah, and she is the champion of the king.
Uh-huh.
Like a second daughter.
Yeah, but he himself doesn't have a daughter, the king. He has one heir, Osric Hammerfast.
Right.
I'm clicking at him because he's invisible right next to you, but because we're on the roleplay scene, so.
Ghost.
And I wrote down something incorrect.
What did you put for the daughter?
I put down that she was like a cleric of Morden or something like that, but
Really?
yeah, I could have sworn in like one of the previous episodes when we were talking about the dwarves, there was like a daughter, but I may be.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah,
Like,
I may be misremembering.
I think it was in the first 12 sessions, maybe 10 sessions.
Yeah. It's like our first conversation with Umegs.
Yeah, because I had gone back to watch session, I think 14, when we were talking about the whole thing with the furbolgs, and then we talked to Umegs about the dwarves, and I think there was a mentioning of his son and then like a daughter.
I think that daughter, I'm pretty sure, is just in reference to the daughter-in-law.
Ah. Fair,
Oh.
fair.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're one and the same.
No, the campaign setting just sporadically developed a new NPC.
Time
No, I mean,
time dilation.
I'm looking at this huge list of NPC dwarves in this area, but yeah, like the only thing that's close to his daughter would be like his daughter-in-law, who is the his champion.
You know, that still makes sense. So, I mean,
Okay.
you're not technically wrong. But he
All
hasn't.
right.
No.
Yeah, I guess so.
My
All right.
notes are incorrect. Everything I know is a lie.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's all good. That's on me.
No, I mean, it's fine. It's a lot of information about the dwarves, so I might have combined like two characters together, because he does have a priest that's on his, or a cleric that's on his council as well, but the priest is a
Not
dude.
family related.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, that would be a good person to talk to, but the son really is the...
Yeah. The son's more important. I was just wondering if there was like other family members that we could loop into this whole thing.
No, I have 70. There's 71 pages of notes for this campaign. So yeah, I'm like searching and scrolling through, and I'm like, how would I have given them that information? Yeah. So you got Helga the King's Axe, and then you've got High Priest Thardan Ironhand, and then you got Uldrina Flamehair, Stonesinger. Yeah. All right. Okay. So, with you guys kind of exiting, and you head back towards the merchants district, the trade district, the tavern that is waiting for you. At this point, it is getting on in the day, because you were like a couple hours away to go to the place. So it is night, and the tavern, for the most part, would be kind of closing up services long before you return, because it's, like 11 o'clock, 11:30 at night, essentially. So you would still, have access to your wagon and all of that, but for the most part, the whole district is kind of shut down for the evening. And I think at that juncture would be a good time for us to take our break, with you guys returning. All right.
Sorry, kids, for edgy grandpa.
I'm sorry for being a stubborn dwarf.
Nah, you're good.
You're doing your
It's
job.
all role play, guys. Come on.
I mean, as a player, I was like, yeah, let's just rip a piece off. But
Just
No, I'm
remember-
actually super pissed at you, Carsifona. All that yelling was for real. No.
Yeah.
oh wow.
I'll see you guys in a bit.
Just remember, if you ever want to bring in edgy character or edgy NPC or anything, Dungeons and Dragons was nice enough to make the Topaz Dragonborn.
Oh my god.
Super goddamn edgy.
I just love how Rayjar just decided to take the sand belt to the body.
That's yeah. That's what their breath weapon is. Topaz Dragons. It's it's not even necessarily necrosis. It's just decay. It just accelerates its time. So it's a cool flavor for doing that to bodies.
It is.
And I mean, we did get advice from the Ghost Lord saying if we want to prevent things, we just have to tamper with bodies. So
Jeez.
I don't think that's what he really. Did he really say that?
So
he
right.
he did say that.
Oh my
He
god.
did
We
say
let
that.
him live.
The Ghost Lord actually has a point. I think this guy has actually been our main man all along. We're good. We should just get that guy back on our team and yeah.
You're just saying that because you're both undead.
I want to point out that we're now out of diamonds again. So we have 1,000 gold. We should buy at least one if we can.
I'm out of the revivified diamonds.
I want to let you know.
have diamonds.
We shouldn't have a diamond. That would we used one on Bronson and we used one on me. That would have been all of the diamonds we purchased in Hundlestone.
Well, I put some in my inventory. I thought that I needed to. But if I don't need them, I'll delete them.
It's not that you don't need them, it's that I just don't think we have them. Like, we probably have some dust, because I think we bought,
I still have diamond dust, but I don't have any diamond.
What I'm saying is
200 gold of diamond dust, 300 gold diamond.
Yeah, so I would delete the 300 gold diamond. Rafino basically would have taken that from you to revivify me.
I was across the path, sir.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I want you to know, Batty, I had an inspiration, but I was just late or forgot, and I could have saved you.
Nah, it's fine. I'm not, like, sweating, dying, and getting revivified at this point.
I wonder what your patron's thinking.
My patron is glad that she did not have to cough up that fate point, because that's actually hers, not mine.
But we also lost a diamond.
Money is temporary. You can always make more money.
What money do we have left?
So
I'm pretty sure we're
We
damn.
have 1,000 gold.
So
we're
again,
fine. Not
how
great,
did
but we're fine.
we land on skimming a little off the top of the tribute wagon?
God, I want to, but no. Like,
I know. I just keep asking because it's funny.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be really salty when like the king takes the gold and then tells us to fuck off. But
yeah, likely outcome.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. We're not doing this for the king. We're doing this for the dwarven people. We're gonna show up. We're gonna play the part of apologizing, not to the king, but to the dwarven people. And like that's, we're not gonna be able to change his mind. We have to change as many council members.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, as a last resort, we follow Ragear's plan and we regicide.
I mean, sure, like, when we finally rage quit, like, when it's no longer, like, no chance of us getting the dwarves, and we're just like, fine, fuck it, have your civil war.
Regicide!
Regicide!
Jeez.
Look, I've waited how many sessions to kill this fucking dwarf king? We're doing it!
I don't see the logic there. We've all been waiting for this dwarf king, and for different reasons.
Yes, but I've been saying I wanted to kill this guy for so long as Drellin.
Why did Van hate the dwarves so much?
Honestly, it wasn't Drellin. That was just me. That was all me.
Why do you hate dwarves? You're a dwarf.
I don't hate them. I don't know. I just want to kill a king just once in the D&D game. That's it.
And I want that for you, but could you like kill the Sanguine King and be content with that?
It's in the name. We have
what?
We have the end goal right there.
I'm sorry. Are we gonna, in this campaign, fight the 2,000-foot tall fucking world-ending leech?
Yeah,
wolf?
that's what I was
What
wondering.
do you think we're here to do?
If that don't sound like an end
God.
boss, I don't know what does.
We're level 10, like 9.
Yeah, and we're gonna have like an army or something. I don't know. It'll be fine.
Oh, no, I got it. We're gonna fight his hand. 'Cause it's the red hand of doom.
Oh my!
He only
Imagine
gets
that's the.
part of the way out of the portal. It's like just feeling around.
It's the master hand from Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
pulls
exactly.
that.
Oh my god! That'd be
I've read
amazing.
Crash's notes, so...
Oh.
The rest of him isn't able to get out because the hole ain't too big. But
That's
the
right.
the hand
fight
does.
his
The
red
hand does.
hand.
And
of
it's all its actions are just bitch slapping.
No, we just fight one finger. That's how massive he is. Just one finger.
I mean, that's just his,
Giant
that's
monolith.
that's just his regular attack. It's just poke with a finger.
I imagine he doesn't have fingernails or anything. It's just like the end of leech melds on the end. Like, giant
He has
arms.
lamprey bells at the end.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
that's what I
Oh,
imagine the
that's not
Sanguine King's hands
terrifying.
look like. Oh, sorry, I'm a horror DM and writer.
Oh,
Comes down to just
fuck.
slips out.
What's that creature's name? Kezu in Monster Hunter.
Oh yeah,
But it's-
it's
but
just
it's-
a
but
bunch
it's-
of Kezu heads.
But it's a Hydra Kezu.
The Kezu is like the most abominable thing ever made. I love that they like, of all of the wyverns that they could keep putting into new games, they just keep giving us Kezu.
They didn't do him in World, which was
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah, he was. I'm almost certain he was there.
No, he wasn't in. I don't think he
Really?
was in World, but he was in. He came back in Rise.
Oh, you're right. They did make like another weird slinky wyvern for that game.
Yeah, I can't recall what it is, but yeah, Kezu wasn't in World, but yeah, definitely came back
Yeah.
in Rise with all his.
Oh, they did such a
nastiness.
good job. They did such a good job on him in Rise. Because like previously is just very clunky monster, but they really
It don't have
they really-
eyes.
Yeah, the Kazoo shock shield is iconic. Not to mention that scream, it's just horrible.
Mhm.
God, yeah, I've been fighting those things since I was like 12. Monster Hunter 1.
Let me get back into Rise. I kind of stopped that for a while.
Yeah, I played it, like I got it, and I played through like I want to say 50 hours really fast and burnt out on it. I got up to like the G level quests. The problem is it's just another Monster Hunter, and like I've been running into this issue because I've played so many of them. Like I think this is my 5th rendition of Monster Hunter. They're always fun, they're always great, they're always such a good game, but it's the same game I just played with 30% new monsters and some new mechanics.
A little bit.
Yeah, and you know it's good, but like after a while, like it starts to feel the same once, like especially once you get into the high level grinding, and you know it's just.
Are we talking about playing 5th edition or the Monster?
Yeah, I just have less patience to kill the same creature over and over and over again now. Coming back.
No, I feel you. I got broken on I had to get like a gem in Monster Hunter World.
Yeah.
So like to complete this one set of armor that would have been like really good for my build, which I must have killed, and it's ironic because this was the boss of the Dom's Monster Hunter game. I must have killed Valhazak about 400 times.
The worst one, the absolute worst.
And like I existed in another dimension, a dimension where your whole existence was fighting Valhazak. Like I could I could just perfectly clear Valhazak, and I just felt like I was just pulling the slot machine lever like over and over and over again, and like my time is so limited for like recreation.
Yeah.
That like there was no joy from it at all. Like I got the gem finally, I made the armor. And I really struggled to ever play again. Like I got Rise to play with Red and Dom, and no one understands when they ask me to play a game with them how little free time I actually have. So I would be like, yeah, you guys want to play? They're like, yeah, sure. And I'm like, cool, I'm Hunter rank 4 or whatever, you know. And they're like, oh,
in G ranks.
Yeah, they're like, cool, we can work with that. And it's just like, okay, great. Yeah. So, like when your friends tell you, let's roll new WoW characters, or new Final Fantasy characters, or whatever, and then you guys have a really good time playing one night, and then like 3 days later, they're max level and they're raiding again with the characters we just made. That's kind of how it felt. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's just a really long slot machine process too, especially when you're fighting an Elder Dragon.
That's me with Gashapon games. Like I thought that, like Genshin. I mean, Breath of the Wild with anime waifus and anime husbandos, like, could there be a better concept? This is great. And then I was like,
Monokai Rail, that just came out this week.
Yeah, but then you have to like, you don't.
Is that what that game's
I'm like, I was like, I'll give you $20 if you just give me the character I want to play. Like, I don't, like, how about I give you $60 and we pretend you're a real video game and I just have the characters? Like, but they're like, but we made $6 billion already. Why would we ever do something
Our business
different?
model's working. Why would we change this?
Are you stupid? I was like, I guess I am. Yeah.
You were saying what that game was? I think it's called Honokai Rail or something like that. But it's essentially Genshin Impact, but it's a turn-based RPG.
Oh
and
my
it's
god,
like future. It's like sci-fi.
Larionis tried to get me into the Final Fantasy Tactics Gashapon, and I was like,
oh
no. I was like, what a sinister world. What a sinister world that they would take something so beautiful, so pure, so precious, and they would pimp it. They would pimp it so hard like that.
You're gonna work that corner. It's Final Fantasy Tactics.
Yeah.
No. If they could have taken all that effort and just moved it over to just making it a full-fledged game.
The only thing that matters anymore is making money.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that matters anymore. It's just so
We
ridiculous.
live in a capitalist society.
I don't know.
Speaking of money, we got 12,000 in the cart burning a hole in our pocket. Is this dwarf going to accept our transaction?
Wait, what? Which dwarf?
Talking about the king.
The king.
Oh, yeah. I guess we'll find out. Let us resume.
I just want to say, as a player, they can't count every single gold piece. So
No,
They're gonna
probably
weigh
just
it.
gonna weigh it.
a little 100 here, a little 100 there. They ain't gonna count it. Trust me, I'm a dwarf. I know.
They absolutely will if they're half as fastidious as gnomes.
Well,
they're
the
not
only
gnomes.
issue is if they ever talk to Brindle about the money,
Yeah.
right? Like, if after the war, Brindle's like, hey, can we get a receipt for that war bribe so we can write it off on our taxes? And then the dwarves would be like, ha ha, sure, you gave us 8,000 gold. And they'll be like, wait a minute.
The dragon took most of it. There you go. It's true. We fought a red dragon. They like gold, right?
I mean, don't get me wrong. Anyways.
A Vampire won't be able to refute that. He'd be dead.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly.
So, as we resume play, Jert, the Night Staffer, who is not Drellin Fulcrag, it is just some poor schmuck who has to keep an eye on the common room late at night in this inn that very rarely gets any business from travelers because of recent political choices by the king and war situation and all that. He says, "Oi, are you Jert Bandon?"
Oh shit. He squints and looks. Yes.
Yeah, so the buxom woman that was living in that booth over there. Not living there, but it kind of felt. Anyways, she packed up and left. But she left this note for me to give to you. I didn't open it, but it smells real nice. And with a shaky hand, he offers you a very small envelope.
Okay, I'm gonna insight, not to see if he read it or not, but because I want to see if he feels like his life is in danger.
Okay.
Oh my
Because his
god.
hand is shaking. Could she threaten him?
You feel that his hand is shaking as a byproduct of whatever he smelled on the envelope. And just at this distance before taking it, it does have a it has a smell about it that sort of makes your head feel lighter. And
Okay.
yeah.
Reggie, come here, please. He just breathes in deeply and coughs, nearly choking on the smell of death. And then he holds his breath and walks back to the guy and takes the letter.
All right, fair enough.
Rager would have given you a nice, he has not brushed in 1,000 years.
Ooh.
There you go. Just for you.
That ginger bite is strong.
I'll make the hairs on the inside of your nose curl.
So the envelope seems to be sealed. There is a wax seal on it. And it does it bears unfortunately the red hand's sigil of a clawed red hand.
He frowns, his cheeks still puffed out while he holds his breath.
All right, so opening it up, you see in lovely penmanship, sorry, it says Jert, sorry to leave so early. I have been called to the front. Maybe we will see each other at Brindle. And then there's a less than sign and the number 3.
Oh. He folds the letter up and stuffs it deep in the backpack.
Okay.
And then he takes a big deep breath. Frowns again. He turns back to Rachel and the group. They're still around, right? We're all kind of generally in the same area.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Okay.
Radriar is going to look at you, Jert, and know from your kind of like look and his own telepathic thing, and in some way, shape, or form. And he's gonna pull out the piece of cold iron that he has and just kind of gesture to the person who gave us this letter, just to make sure. I feel like Rajirix might want to see your reaction to her leaving. And he would kind of move to see if this person is Faye.
Okay. Do you try to subtly bring it close, or I mean, there's not much subtle about your character, but do you try to like distract with your with your appearance and then sort of quick touch with the thing, or do you just like grab the dude by the arm, pull his arm across the counter, and like press the metal to it?
I think it's more of a stare, and then he just holds out his arm for the person to give him his arm.
Okay.
Intimidation.
Give me intimidation. Terrified, and confused, he slowly puts out his arm.
He'll press the cold iron to his wrist.
Okay. He says, "That's cold."
No, it's alright. Sorry.
Doesn't thank him or anything like that. We'll turn around and shake his head.
Jert looks a little perplexed. Why would she ask us to do this and then leave without knowing the answer?
Perhaps she was a fly on the wall.
She really chose not to abandon them after how they treated her. She's going back the first time they call. Interesting.
She's a Fae. She owes them reciprocity.
It matters not. We've lost our quarry. Let us find the actual threat here in the court. We can take this monster off of our minds.
Nods.
All right. Do you guys settle in for a long rest, or you have night business to attend to?
Aragorn will rest and at the same time try to attune with the daggers.
Okay. Do you go? I'm assuming you just go to your house to do this, right? Because you live here.
I would do it within the war carriage.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I guess if you were kind of exiled, would they have like seized your property? Probably.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me let's see. So, when you attune with these daggers, they do in fact require an attunement slot. But attuning to attunement attunes you to both daggers. So this match set of daggers +1 can be used as a spell focus by any spellcaster. You must have both daggers on your person to access their magical effects, though you need only wield one at a time. Once attuned, if you are wielding both daggers, which is to say both your hand slots have daggers in them, you get a +2 bonus to your AC. Whenever you roll a nat 1 on an attack roll or spell attack roll with this weapon, aka spell attack roll using as a focus, it gains a charge. Whenever a creature rolls a nat 20 on a save against one of your spells cast with this weapon as the focus, it gains a charge. The match set of daggers can only ever hold 7 charges. You lose all charges when you long rest. You can spend charges to 1 charge as a free action. You may re-roll any d20 roll you just made and keep the new result. 2 charges as a reaction. Grant inspiration to an ally. They must use it immediately for the roll that we were about to make. That inspiration would scale with level, like a bardic inspiration. 3 charges before rolling. Declare your next attack will be a nat 20, and it will be.
Oh my god.
Damn.
But that would require, in a single day, for there to be 3 nat 20s rolled against you, or you yourself rolled, nat 1s, etc., etc., before any of the Pathfinder kids jump in. Well, I'll just attack this practice dummy until I get enough charges. No. Obviously, these would only be during true fights, initiatives, blah, 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 all that jazz. There's no boiling anthills or any of that bullshit. But yeah, that is what the weapon does. They're called the Twin Blades of Crystallized Fate. I will put them both on your character sheet.
Give a nat 20 related weapon to Persifona. Oh, dude, it's over in the first round of combat. Like,
well, he rolls the nat 20, so he probably needs it less than anyone else. You know what I'm saying? Because he has to get nat 1s to trigger it.
But he can roll nat 20s now.
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah.
But then the question becomes: did you prepare any attack roll spells?
I'm a sorcerer. Okay, I can only know so much.
That sounds like a no to me.
The paladin's having a nosebleed on the auto crit weapon.
All right. So, time would pass. Everybody gains the benefits of a long rest.
I have some things to take care of tonight.
Okay.
Before I would go to rest, I
Okay.
would be sitting atop the battle wagon with my legs crossed, kind of my hands together, taking in the city around. And I'll kind of begin to concentrate and focus on the sounds like the crackling fire in the end beneath. And send my gaze up, and I'll do my free casting of legend lore on Mela the Crafty.
Oh my.
On Mela the Crafty. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see. Alright, name or describe a person, place, or object the spell brings to your mind. A brief summary of the significant lore about the thing that you have named. Lore might consist of current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that has been widely known. Alright, so you rise up out of your body in a pseudo-astral style projection, and as you go rising through the earth and the night sky and the clouds above, you don't exit the clouds into more night sky. Instead, you exit them into a world composed of fire. Fire everywhere. Seas of fire, skies of heat. There are islands of steaming hot metal and molten stone held together by the sheer will of the denizens of this plane. And you know that you are in the elemental plane of fire. You then sort of drift from one sort of situation to the next, wherein you see this being, Mela the Crafty, who is, from what you can tell, an Ifrit, or an Ifrit Lord. They are, by most definitions, bad news bears. Ifrits are lawful evil creatures, and she is, from the events that you witness, a warlord, a general, a leader, a slaver, a masochist, and delights in cruelty and the tormenting of others and the subjugation of others. As is the case with evil creatures, particularly lawful evil creatures, eventually her long-held success was undermined, and she was banished from the elemental plane of fire, and ended up in your world. For a time, she was forced to do the whole Ring of Wishes genie routine. And during that time, she manipulated a great many people into kind of improving her situation, but not freeing her altogether. In the end, she did end up making many rivals along the way, and she viewed her long succession of petitioners or warlocks, as it were, as a means to an end, a vehicle by which to travel and accomplish the deeds that she needed to. None who have served her have lived to old age, or really to any great historical merit. They almost always die a reckless and foolhardy death. And as you kind of see this succession of Barnabas's just sort of like die in her service, you do finally see the last one that died, the ring sort of tumble down, Lord of the Rings style, slow motion, into like the cracks and crags nearby, where it is picked up by a grotesque hand in the darkness, and sort of that's kind of where things end for your vision. And I really hope that you didn't get disconnected, because I don't want to have to repeat all that. But
Yeah, it's on the VOD.
Oh, I'm here. I was
okay,
just-
all right, fair enough.
Layla takes it all in, and we'll just take the night to contemplate on it before resting atop the caravan.
Fair enough. All right, can somebody roll me a D6? Okay. Raidriar. You don't truly sleep so much as just enter a state of rest. Correct?
It's like sleep, but
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, so you enter near death, or
yeah,
the
it's
equivalent. Okay.
closer to dying than it is sleeping.
All right. So in this death, in this repose, as it were, you, for the first time in a long time, have vivid memories of your life before the fighting, the battles, the war, your patron, and it all feels so real. It all feels so clear that it is like you are reliving these events, like you are back in that moment. And you see off in the distance as the earth shakes and begins to spew forth, lava, and the sands begin to turn to black glass, and the many like jungles and oasis continue to sort of die under this infection that they have brought to the land. You see the forces of the Red Hand rallying around this titanic figure of the Sanguine King. And you recall in that moment the strength and the courage of your patron as it let loose this both physical and psionic roar that sort of traveled through you and your people, infusing them with power and strength, and sort of a unification to do what needed to be done. And the dream sort of fades as you fly towards this great enemy, as you enter into this sort of final conflict. And as it all sort of fades to darkness, you hear what you are very confident is the voice of your patron say, "I am waiting."
If that connection can be reached, it would just be where?
And as you are kind of thinking this and waiting for a response, you hear the ambient sleep sounds of snoring BT members and Pokemons and everything else all around you, and realize that you are once again awake, no longer in the grips of your dream and repose. And there is just an echoing silence in your mind as no reply comes.
I assume as he had come out of the dream where he was breathing still at that time, he goes to take a breath, but instead just begins to cough heavily, waking up probably everybody.
Right,
and feeling towards his stomach where his heart was, and everything within in the new missing rib. And just taking a moment to remember the empty that he has. And settling back into it. Before he would get up and he would leave the room.
All right. So you kind of head outside to get some, not so much fresh air, but air that is not
He finds
inside.
a place to cough, a place to kind of eject that kind of feeling. And he would try to reach into his chest cavity and feel around for the part of him that was replaced by his patron's piece. And try to get a hold of it, but understand that there is a silence.
As you reach for it and touch it and concentrate on it, you feel this surety that your patron is not near enough to be close, but they are active in the world and that they are suffering.
Major contemplates if that's a good or bad thing before.
And as you're contemplating, you hear some rowdy sounds at like 3 in the morning, and you see Raijin returning from a night of drunken revelry and dwarven whores. He has a wide brim feathered hat and is not wearing, well, he doesn't wear clothes anyways, but he doesn't have his modesty sarong on or anything. In fact, he's twirling it around over his head, singing lewd drinking songs in Dwarven. He stops for a second, spooked by seeing you. Then he lets out a belly laugh and he waves at you.
Yeah, Rager doesn't laugh. He takes his arm and he cures his drunken state. Ruins his night. Go to bed.
He says, "What are you do? I worked hard for that. Now I'm gonna be haunted by the consequences of all my past actions. I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight. Hey, I'll just keep you company, buddy. Us dragons gotta stick together."
You're not wrong. But do the others
Does that also cure disease? Because there were a few ladies tonight that made me question.
I am trying to sleep up here on top of the wagon. Can the two of you move away?
Oh, I didn't know you were awake too. You got any cure disease? I don't want to get stone scale on the jimmies again.
Boy, shut the fuck up! We're trying to sleep!
I suppose I should ask all of them if they have STDs if I'm going through. Here, he will.
You know, honestly, with a group of adventurers, that's just good maintenance. Any day that you finish with some lay on hands left, you should be going and doing some general maintenance on the crew. Always hit me up first, though, especially in dwarven lands. There's something about dwarven women. I don't know. It's like humping a boulder that humps you back.
Ah, I can agree with that.
There you go. That guy understands.
Pillow isn't wide enough for my ears.
High five.
And if you get an old-fashioned gal, she's got the beard. That's good traction, if you know what I mean.
Oh.
I don't think I could feel any deader than I had. But thank you. You have a way with words.
I've been told I'm a bit of a wordsmith. Sometimes. Hey, you know, I am a little tired. If you could just lay your hands on me, I'm just gonna, and he just sort of like, kind of shoulders up next to you, kind of lays his head like in your lap, starts to fall asleep.
There's a flashback moment where Rajar remembers his child doing the same thing when he was still alive.
Oh, damn.
This is a
And his
big-ass
eyes
child.
flash for a second, and he would let out a small chuff, and he would let Rajan actually sleep.
Okay.
So I was gonna say, Raytheon was outside because I imagine the only type of nature would be the ground on this in this dwarven land. But as for actual greenery, probably not. So probably caught the tail end of what Rajar was doing.
Right.
And then this whole scene with Rajan occurred as she's just cradling her mushroom baby, just hearing all of this, and just shakes her head.
Barnabas is probably one of the only people that sleeps through it because he drank himself blackout with dwarven whiskey after dying, and then had a sound night's sleep.
Fair. All right. So, the hours pass. No one is assassinated in their sleep, and everyone gains the benefits of a long rest.
Should I be worried about that last part?
I mean, we know that there's enemies around, so I'm honestly not surprised.
Okay, so the next morning, Caden Brightcoin comes to see you guys early in, well, that's not really early for dwarves, 8:30 in the morning. He assumes that you had a late night. So he goes to see you at 8:30 in the morning. Most of you have probably at least roused by now, but you're finishing up preparations for the day. So prepared spellcasters are doing their thing, and then people who have equipment are taking all the stuff that there's no mechanics for. That stuff's happening, right? General maintenance stuff happens in those other parts of your long rest. So he arrives and says, "Oh, I've got good news for you. I was able to get a hold of Osric, and he's willing to meet with you. In fact, he's willing to meet with you as soon as you're able."
Is there a ringer of bad news to string along with this?
I don't take your meaning.
Normally there's good news and bad news.
Well, everything's pretty bad. I mean, did you want some bad news?
Sure. Tell me some bad news, Brightcoin.
You're a strange one, but if you must know, word is that Nimon's Gap was attacked about 5 days ago.
How many dead?
Well, all who didn't flee or evacuate ahead of time were either slain or taken as slaves. That makes Nimon's Gap, Tarleton, and Drellin's Ferry. And if things are progressing at the speed that they continue to be progressing at, well,
People are thinking that perhaps last night Talar might have been attacked as well. They seem to be making their way towards Brindle.
Crap. We're running out of time.
Do you think those people were smart enough that the casualties are smaller than Brendel's were? Sorry, Drellin's Ferry's was.
Oh, I wouldn't know. My people are known for their stubbornness, and what I saw in Drellin's Ferry, I would just as soon see here. People don't want to leave behind what their families have worked so hard for.
This bad news is also good news. It gives us an estimate as to how long we have.
We can't have more than a week, it seems like, if they're already attacking Talar. It'll take us, pretty sure 4 days to get to Brindle from here if we went via Doth.
So that gives us, what, about 3 to 4 days we can afford to stay in the Dwarven Holds.
But just for the record, I was just bringing you good news. You asked for the bad news.
Oh, well. It's been brought now by your hand. You are now the bearer of the bad news.
Aye.
The real bad news was that you said I'm weird.
Oh. I meant no
that's
offense.
news.
I mean, with all due respect.
It is news, Barnabas.
Right.
I am very normal, am I not?
He blinks at you. He says nothing because he knows he is a bad deception roll.
As you say, as you say that, and everyone kind of looks around. All of the B team members are off doing stuff. They're all like, I mean, you looking like Gerard and Manette are like looking down at the counter making food. Sasha, however, looks over and gives you a thumbs up.
Insight. Nah, let me not.
So Caden says, yes, Osric has agreed to meet you. He's picked out a spot. It's on the edge of the trade quarter, kind of near the slums. He's hoping to keep things a bit low profile. If you don't feel comfortable, I suppose you could meet at my home.
I'm fine meeting on his terms. I just want to take my coffee and whiskey to go.
All right.
Hey Barnabas, we got enough for diamonds?
Yeah, Brightcoin, you know anywhere around here that sells diamonds? I had an accident in that tomb and we're running short.
Oh, you need diamonds? You came to the right place. How much, how many, what size do you need?
We need at
I'm
least one.
assuming you want the goddess's cut then.
If you mean the ones that are worth 300 gold that bring back life, yes.
He smiles and says, you're starting to sound like a real adventurer.
We have 1,000 gold. What do you guys think? I think we need at least one. I'm nervous to spend 600 of our 1,000 gold. That's because I'm a shrewd person.
I have the staff if we need.
I can take one.
Yeah, then let's get Rafina one for now, and maybe they'll have them in Brindle when we get there if we want to buy more, but I will denote that on the group fund.
The staff that I will hold to your throat and revive your life as a normal companion would, Barnabas.
You mean you're not going to stick the staff in my mouth?
Of course I'm going to stick it in your mouth. I need
I
to
guess
reach your vitals. That is the only way healing magic works.
Well, I guess you're about as normal as any of us, Layla, so...
Thank you.
Aragorn will lean over to Barnabas. You know she's not really all up in there, right?
Oh, also worth mentioning, on the topic of being normal. So you probably, with your very good perception and such, would have noticed this, but if you want to roleplay that you hadn't noticed, your wooden arm, your prosthetic, was no longer attached this morning, because last night, when you finally got to sleep, your arm regenerated.
Holy shit.
And in fact, your many scars and injuries are slowly fading. And you feel, Layla, that you are under the effects of an ongoing regeneration.
Oh.
Ah, gift of your mother, I guess. See, it's not bad having a patron.
So I will message you. Well, actually, I could move this on, and I'll just hide the stuff that I don't want you to see. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that I'm hiding from you, anyways. Here, I'll just add it to your sheet.
There are no repercussions to having patrons. Only eating
Yeah.
ice cream, never getting sick.
Can you give me the contact info for that particular patron? Because that sounds like a blast right there. So, ice cream patron, that's good stuff.
No brain freeze.
Wow.
With Ray's passives, would she have an understanding as to what could have occurred on Layla?
Well, I mean, at this point, I think all of you would be aware that Layla has definitely regenerated her arm, for sure.
Oh
And
yeah, but like
yeah.
prior to, she was observing Layla after she had made her whole deal and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So I guess she's trying to come to some sort of like conclusion as to what could have occurred overnight.
It doesn't seem like any particular trigger comes to mind.
Continue observing Layla.
So, we're gonna get something to drink on our way there, or we're gonna stand here?
I mean, I already have my roadie.
All right, so here I'll add this fungal blessings boon to your character sheet. I think it's a feature. Yeah, it should be under features.
Barnabas offers Aragorn one of his morning drinks, whiskey and coffee. That's 80% whiskey, 20% coffee.
Mm.
He takes it and downs it.
What's needed? It's a bit more coffee than you're used to, Aragorn, but some people are babies. You know what I'm saying? So. All right, so you guys go to the Bearded Elf. The Bearded Elf appears to be some sort of gentleman's club. The sign out front has a cartoonishly sexy elf with essentially a Santa Claus beard, and in very fancy pants, non-dwarven script, it says the Bearded Elf. Drinks and dancing. But this early in the day, the place does not seem to be doing any business. Brightcoin looks a bit embarrassed because, racism. And he says, well, it takes all kinds to, no one would ever think to find you here.
Lord Brightcoin, what is a gentleman's club?
Yes, well, first of all, it's not just for gentlemen, but gentle women as well.
Gentle people.
Oh,
gentle people, thank you.
It's open to the public.
In a way, yes. Anyone of appropriate age.
She's writing this all down in the book.
Look, anyways, it's not technically business hours yet, but he knows the owner, so you can just go around to the back.
And he kind of motions to an alley. The kind of alley where you would get betrayed and ambushed. That kind of alley.
Yes.
Looking at it, the shadows, I mean, you're underground. The shadows are looming, and it's very like
That alley. And he says, oh, well, are you ready?
Aye, let's get to it then.
Is this the type of seedy establishment that has like rear entrance, like, you know, all sex toy stores, so that their patrons can't be seen coming in and out?
True, that's your entrance.
Yeah, there's definitely a rear entrance, which is where you guys are being sent.
Phrasing.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
All right. So you guys head around to the back. All right. As you do, a pile of refuse turns out not to be a pile of refuse. It is an old dwarf, bald with no beard. He looks up at you with bleary eyes and he says, "Who's coming into my home at this late hour? You must know I am well employed, and this is my choice to sleep out here in the fresh air." And then blearily he looks at you and says, "Oh, you're not guards. All right. You're not here to kill me or rob me, are you?" No one?
You're
I
just
mean,
gonna
do you
look
have
around at everybody like.
Do you have anything worth stealing?
No. Do you have anything worth giving?
I'll give you a gold if you tell people that you didn't see us.
Oh, all right. I can do that. Yeah.
I palm him a gold.
All right. Yes, good. You know, there's stories sometimes that the gods themselves appear to adventurers as the downtrodden of the earth, and if they're given a good turn, they receive a blessing or a boon or a good turn in kind.
And his eyes glitter at the possibilities.
Is that what this is?
As I hand him the gold, I look expectantly.
Oh, I mean, well, that was a separate transaction. You see, you did 1 gold for my
Discretion.
silence. Yeah.
What do you want?
But what if those stories were true?
He says, his eyes glittering.
I maintain eye contact with him as I reach into my purse for another gold.
Can I roll an insight check on this man?
You may roll an insight check on this man.
I am not a wise person.
All right, he is panhandling right now. Barnabas, pretty hard. Barnabas is pretty sure that's not true, but hey, why not? It's worth a shot.
Maybe this will give Barnabas a lesson. I will allow this to happen.
All right.
I hand him another gold.
Oh, he says, "Oh, what's your name, boy? That I might never speak it to anyone because of our first transaction."
My name is Barnabas Benoit of Denevar.
Oh, of the Denevar Benoits, the Ball Barons family.
Yes, that's right.
Oh,
finest ball bearings in the Vale.
I wanted to get into the Ball Barons business before everything fell apart for me.
Sir Dwarf.
Eh?
Barnabas has some mighty balls that need polishing.
What do you mean?
Exactly what I just said.
Are
you willing to polish some ball bearings?
He raises an eyebrow.
I don't have any polish on me.
Then go buy some. And when you come back, we will make your dreams of being a ball-bearing producer and polisher come true.
Oh, you speak true? A job after all this time? I've been living in shame for years, but now you truly done me a kindness, giving me a new purpose, helping me get back on my feet. Oh,
and he moves to kiss you, Barnabas.
I scrunch my face and kind of take a step back, but I hand him my business card and I say, after the war is done, reach out to me. I will have a job for you.
There's a war going on.
Don't worry too much about that. Just keep your head down for the next couple weeks.
A ball bearings war. Another family's coming for your earnings. I know just
Sure.
how that feels.
Sure.
And then he's sort of lost in his memories as he clutches the 2 gold pieces.
Okay. Okay. He seems lost. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
All right. So you make it to the back door, and it's the most nondescript back door you've ever seen. There is a stool, and there are many, there's a bucket, and the bucket looks like it is full of brown spit.
Charming.
We knock on the door.
Okay. As you knock on the door from the inside, you hear, yes?
We are the Claws of the Veil. We come seeking Osric.
Oh, I thought you was delivery.
Did you order something?
Yes.
We're not delivery.
Oh, no, you're here for... Wait, what's the pass phrase?
That makes me no swirg. What happened to Word?
Oh, I guess Brightcoin would be here with you to vouch for you. Yeah. Brightcoin says, the moon is full, though the mountain blocks the way. And on the other side of the door, you hear,
Okay.
the door opens, and you see a large ogre. And the ogre says,
Can't be too careful. There's no pretty ladies this early, and no food. But we have drink. Boss still asleep, but Osric inside. Come.
all right. He motions you guys in. All right. So it's obviously like a medieval fantasy, high fantasy gentleman's club, but off hours kind of thing. So there's like stages and mysterious poles that Rafina probably is curious about what they do, but I don't think anyone except Raijin would want to explain what they do, or what they're for. But you see a man sitting in the corner, and he motions for you to approach. Caden looks like he is gonna bow, but then the dwarf shakes his head like, "Nah, dog, we don't do that here." He looks like a real tough son of a bitch. Just short-cut hair. That's actually, when you look at it, a mullet. So business in the front, party in the back. A thick beard, but like closely trimmed. His nose is big, even by dwarven standards, and looks like it has been broken so many times that it is sort of just a sack of sharp marbles, or maybe caltrops. His eyes are red-rimmed and shadow sunken, indicating that this guy probably doesn't sleep much and or is very much into the dwarven whiskey. He is scarred and heavily muscled, but also slightly overweight. When Raijin sees this man, you know that Raijin is feeling both love and admiration. As this guy looks at all of you, he seems to be taking in your measure. Does anybody make any effort to hide their true nature or present themselves as other than they are?
Dude doesn't know how to do that.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, it would be a deception or a performance check, but all right. So he kind of like takes in everybody's measure and then rolls himself a quick insight check. Okay. He seems to have a general sense of what's going on. For this meeting, did you bring Umeg Steel, Storm Steel. And did you bring Aragorn? I guess I should ask, is there anyone you didn't bring with you to this clandestine meeting? That would be easier.
No, we and our 30 people all walk up.
Yeah. I'd say
Yeah.
So who would you brought or not brought? I mean, we could just because we said Raijin was there. I mean, obviously for the secret meeting, you may not have brought everybody. So who would
He's
you?
peeking in from the windows.
I think Bronson guards the gold.
Okay, Bronson guards the gold.
We can add legitimacy to our claim.
Okay.
That is true.
Then we
I
just
think we
need
should
to
bring
leave.
Bronson.
All right,
Okay,
Bronson's
that's
in.
fine.
Bronson's in. All right.
Let's make sure we leave a gold contingent.
Raijin Umegs and Gerard the Minette.
I kind of want to bring both Aragorn and Umegs, all cards on the table.
You know I'm right here, right?
Aragorn,
You're-
Bronson, Raijin,
You treat me like I'm
Umeg,
a B team member, damn.
Sasha.
You've never formally been accepted into the clause.
Also,
You're in a
cause an
dangerous
issue 'cause you're
space, yeah.
banished.
So you say you want to bring all our cards out in the open? So Umegs with
Yeah.
us?
Yeah, I think that's a good move. Let's not try to act like we're hiding stuff.
Okay. So Umeg's in his disguise.
We've been
aka
made
hooded
aware
dwarf.
that people are aware that we're with Umeg too. So
I think I might spare Jocelyn the gentleman's club.
She was actually very curious about what a
And
dwarf
come
gentleman's
along,
club would be like.
come on.
Oh,
Go,
oh,
go.
sweet.
She's also related to the cult here, so...
Well, since Raijin wanted to go too, because he heard you were going to a gentleman's club.
You got enough of that last night.
So he said, but he's not hungover because of Raidriar.
Who's guarding the gold?
He'll guard the gold. Gerard and Minette, they feel like you've got too many people for a clandestine meeting, so they stay behind. Sasha will go if Layla would like, but will stay if Layla would like.
no, she can come. It's clandestine. She's good at this stuff.
Yeah, all right.
Wait, so how many people are there total?
There's
Or-
4 B team members plus us.
So that's a total of 10? Or am I missing someone?
Yes, plus Brightcoin. So 11.
Sounds good to me.
All right. So Osric looks at all of you and says, "We've got the whole place to ourselves for a few hours. Don't feel like you need a crowd, but do take a seat if it'll make you more comfortable." As you go to sit, Barnabas, he says, "Hey, not that one!"
I look abashed. What's going on?
And then he starts laughing. He says, just kidding. It's fine.
Narrow my eyes.
You have to be able to laugh in these hard times. Huh?
I died yesterday, so you'll forgive me if I don't have much humor.
Well, you look pretty good for a dead man. Unlike that one. Seems to be dripping all over the floor.
That's not my choice.
Honestly, it's a bit of an improvement. So,
You say in these hard times, Lord...
you can simply call me Osric for this meeting.
Osric? So you know of what is happening outside of the Hammerfast holds?
I do. I try to stay informed as to the goings-on of the outside world. It's always been of interest to me. Why would my father hate the people of Elsir Vale so much? I wanted to understand for myself. But the stories that I hear, they don't paint a picture of negligent, selfish neighbors. Just normal folk trying their best to get by in this world. Most of them, they don't have but one life to 3.5 of a dwarf. I feel that perhaps that changes the way they think, their perspective. They're in a rush, a hurry. I wouldn't say that they're selfish so much as they've got so much less time. And now they got less time than ever before, it seems. I've approached my father behind closed doors, begging to join the fight, to throw off these centuries of resentment and hate. But he won't be moved. In fact, whatever it is riding around inside my father seems to be savoring the suffering of our neighbors.
You just said whatever's riding around in my father. Do you mean notions or something more?
No. Whatever that thing is sitting on the throne, it ain't my pa no more.
We're very
My-
relieved. Sorry. We're
No, go for
relieved
it.
to hear you say that and that you were aware of the severity of the situation.
Aye, but no one else will listen. If I told anyone in the city, it would get back to the king. And that would be the end of that.
Can we
Is-
request a strange thing of you?
I assume that's why I came here.
Are you willing to place your hand on this sword of our large compatriot here?
Oh, you think I might be a were-badger? Well, we haven't had much problems with were-badgers lately, but sure.
And he puts his hand on the sword.
I'm on the cold iron, yeah, just to make sure it doesn't react.
Good call.
Something like that. A shape changer of a kind.
Ah, like the ones I've heard about in Golden Fields.
No, much more devious. The ones that exist around you, that wear the faces of dwarves.
Oh, doppelgangers.
Essentially, yes.
You think that might be what has replaced the king?
Well, there are two potentials there. Something that we would have brought to this meeting, we'd have had like a cart in tow. We have a body of a hobgoblin that we need to, make known to whoever hasn't seen them. Do you understand what a hobgoblin is before I pull the sheet off?
By report, we do. But we haven't actually had to encounter any.
Well,
That's the ugliest elf I've ever seen.
yeah. Drives the tarp off of the thing. Yeah, this is the face of our enemy, but they can. Some of them can wear any face they choose.
But do they have magics or the mind? You see, my own sweet woman, she turned against me.
Or to Helga, the axe.
Yes. She mindlessly follows the commands of the king. I've seen her do things that, even under the king's orders, she would have given some sort of protest.
If proficient, hobgoblins can learn manipulation magic, but never permanent.
Yes.
This might be the work of. You carry on, please, Ray.
These heroes have encountered many of the Red Hand forces. That is who this hobgoblin is a part of. Some of them are called war singers. They are capable of magics, illusions, enchantments, deceptions, spies, so to speak. There's much evidence that we have obtained from one of their fortresses that pertains to what their forces are capable of. we have it on good authority that some have infiltrated the Hammerfast holds.
Well, that would certainly check out.
It gets worse though.
Oh,
We have recently uncovered information that may speak to the mind controlling status of the king and Helga. How much do you know about the secret war of the Illithids?
that it's a secret. How do you know about it?
We've gotten around.
We
And we
just
know
turn
much.
and look at Brightcoin.
Brightcorn shrugs apologetically, and Osric says,
You must really trust these folk. You did say they saved your life. When that wee traitor locked
Oi!
you up.
Don't be calling him no traitor now. He thought he was doing something right.
You, I understand. I know you went to my father, and I know you confronted him about his recent decisions and behavior. I'm surprised, honestly, that you didn't die at the end of Helg's axe and were let off with a mere banishment. But this one sought to undo our whole society. He's an enemy of the people. And even now, the Cold Hewers continue to spout his vile lies and insubordinate ideals.
Are their ideals lie if the king sits on a corrupted throne? So what I was building up to is that the Red Hand, at least to what we believe we understand, has allied themselves with an Illithid that seems to survive the war. And it may have as well infiltrated your society and have brought about this change of your king. I have my suspicions of who it might be. There was a noble recently brought into the service of the king, whose name I'm looking for right now.
You're speaking of Tyrander.
I am speaking of
Soulstone.
Tyrander. That's right. It seems almost too convenient that he was brought into the king's service around the time of this change.
Do those events line up with your father's change in behavior with the promotion of the Soulstone?
Not strictly, but not. How best to say this?
and you see him reach for his flagon, and Barnabas, you can smell just the whiskey, and it sloshes around like he's filled it like a 16-ounce tumbler of juice, and he's just downing it, and he says,
No, that makes sense. Tyrander rose quickly through the ranks in the past few months. And my father, despite the advice of his council, elevated Soulstone to his council and took him on as advisor. The only one closer to him would be Helga. But once that worm started whispering in my father's ear, well, things became a lot more grim down here. Any who would speak of lending aid, sending resources, or offering shelter to those suffering under this invasion, they were locked up, or they were put to the stone.
Aragorn, you know that being put to the stone means that they publicly execute you by laying you on a stone slab and then lowering a stone block on top of you.
You got any people close by, those you trust, those who would have your back, should you decide to take the throne by force?
Take the throne? I'm not ready to rule. I'm not fit to rule.
don't
None of
think many of us are ready to do much, but the dire situation that we find ourselves in may have to be forcing our hands.
Unless you know the way you could get us close to this agent in disguise so that we could exorcise them from your king's mind.
Yeah, he's awful paranoid. He doesn't even make himself available to me anymore. But I could use my status and support among the people. And as he says that, Brightcoin says, Osric is he's very popular with the working class, the lower caste. And as he says that, he sort of like looks around at the gentleman's club you're in, and Osric day drinking his breakfast, as if to say, it's something. And then Osric says, I could arrange to present you to the king as formal emissaries. I'll make a deal, a huge deal, so that the people know of your arrival and importance. Then if anything happens to you, or he refuses the meeting, he'll lose a great deal of faith and support.
There was also a wagon of tribute that came from Brindle as a form of apology, of truce, of alliance. We have already informed Lord Brightcoin here of everything.
Brightcoin made me aware, and that's what we're going to do. Say that you have come as emissaries of the great city of Brindle, seeking reparations and a chance to speak with the king. I dare say that no dwarf in the city would want to miss a chance to watch some surface dwellers tuck their tails between their legs and suck themselves off. Jocelyn kind of gasps a little bit, and Umegs chuckles and says, hey, you're certainly not fit to be a king, but you're fit to be something. And then Osric says, well, he'll agree to the meeting, and then you can do whatever it is you need to do. But I'll warn you, there'll be a gap, a physical gap between you and the king. The petitioner's platform is elevated over a lake of lava. The king's throne sits on a balcony overlooking the petitioner's platform. He should be there with his council. Hangers-on to all sides will likely show up to watch, witness. So whatever you do will be in full view of all the dwarves. So, if you can expose him, all will see. This is the best way to go. If we just do it in secret, what if we can't prove it? What if it just looks like a coup? A bid for the throne, an assassination by the surface dwellers. It could be spun all sorts of ways. No, you need this to be as public as possible. Surely, with your great numbers and your diverse professions, you have some sort of way to show everyone the truth. And in his eyes, those of you with training and insight, you see that there's a desperation there. He is scared. He is
running out of options or has already run out of options. He is not sleeping and barely holding on.
Unfortunately, attempting to restore his mind would require me to touch him.
If there's an enchantment that is placed on him, I believe either myself or Layla may be able to break it from a distance.
Oh, I was thinking of greater restoration might be required for this. But it's not a bad backup.
I was thinking of dispelling the magic as the first resort, and if we get close enough, then yes, greater could work.
If we attempt to dispel the magic and it goes wrong, we will be accused of attempting to influence the king.
Well, you cast down Soulstone.
Or on Lady Helga.
Now, Aragorn, as a sorcerer, who you know that, and as a former Kingsguard, you know that any sort of spell casting would be watched for. So now sorcerers obviously have like subtle spell, things like that.
Does he have subtle spell?
But the sloppy spellcasters, the non-sorcerers, they always have to yell out a bunch of ookabuki words and wave their hands around and pull out, spell reagents and light up their staff and all sorts of other stuff. So whatever spell they cast, it would definitely need to pay off right away. Unless they had a subtle means to do it.
Do you guys have a subtle means to do this?
Why are you asking us? Do you have the subtle means to do this?
Hey! I do
This
not.
feels so risky, this public meeting.
It's the only way.
We couldn't just meet with this counselor that we suspect and deal with him in private.
And attack, like everyone's gonna know we met with him, and we attack him in our meeting, and then everything's left up to the door and people to fill in the blanks.
Let's say we deal with this councilman. It might not undo what has happened to the king's mind.
We also might be wrong.
Also that.
And then we just killed a councilman.
The point is, unless we're absolutely 100% certain.
With the king's mind like this, there's no way we're going to convince him to let us cast these spells.
Does Radriar's divine sense have somatic components?
No. But it doesn't detect anything other than undead or celestials.
I thought it did Fae.
No.
No,
Hey,
that,
Oh, wait.
does detect.
Small chance. The Illithid was described as undead, so maybe it would have undead followers if this was another Illithid.
Oh yes, Regia, you're a paladin of who exactly?
You see he squints. I'm an Ishidon.
I don't know what that is, but
That is because the Red Hand killed the rest. And my people. And my land. And yours. Soon enough, if we do not do anything in our power to kill this foe king. As for what I stand for, it doesn't matter anymore. I am only here to kill the Red Hand. I have sworn to do so beyond death.
what I'm saying is that you can sense the undead. If this Illithid is nearby, you'll know.
You are correct. But he will know that I am there too. My mind is literally on my sleeve. You know I'm looking for him.
So yeah, Jared, at this point, you probably have been in the room, introduced, having conversation long enough to use that ability if you wanted to.
No, Jert's thinking about something else. Like the whole situation as a whole. Waiting for a time to chime in. He trusts and believes this guy.
Now, as he sits there, like watching you guys, listening to you discuss, sipping his tumbler of whiskey, Ray and Layla, you notice that he has sort of a nervous habit of twisting his ring. He wears like a thick. Well, he wears several rings, but he alternately kind of like twists the rings on his knuckles as he just kind of sits there, kind of idly.
I admit, I am without a good idea for a plan. So, I will leave it to the rest of you.
How many of you have Dispel Magic?
I do. I have it prepared.
Layla? Nope. Prepared? Yay, nay?
Let me see if it is today.
I'm going to speak.
I
don't think any of this is good. We're not going to be even able to cast the spell, and even if we do, then we'll be assaulted.
No, I think we get one.
The problem is not being successful. The problem is convincing the people, and we have no powers to do that. We lost our ability to do that.
What do you mean we lost our ability to do that?
He looks at you with a grim face. We lost the person who could speak to others better than any of us. None of us can convince a crowd.
Well, look at this charming dwarf here who seems to have the general approval of the public.
Oh, the banished one?
He seems kind of charismatic. People like
him. You mean
him.
the banished one?
Oi, I'm
trying to come around, trying to be open-minded.
I can convince a crowd if I really need to.
You can be open-minded and you can try to be, but the people won't. The mob won't.
But what I'm saying is if both Layla and Rafina at the same time cast Dispel Magic and one of them is successful, like we have 3 targets, we have to pick the right one. We get 2 out of 3 odds. If we can dispel the magic, that will produce the effect we're looking for. Either we'll expose an Illithid or we'll remove the mind-altering effects from the king, and that should be enough.
OOC, couldn't we just do what Ragiar did with the Ghost Lord and...
Needs a touch.
Right.
So, 1, you think we're going to be within the range of their spell? That's
I'm
a
hoping.
guess and a hope.
I assume things are generally going to work out, and if I'm being honest, I take it for granted.
Osric says, if Ergor has strong words of conviction that he wants to deliver to the king alongside your words, this would be his best chance to give them. Again, once this announcement is made, it backs my father into a corner, politically. And it entices the people to show up and see what's going to happen.
We can give that a shot. Although I won't lie to you, I don't have a silvery tongue like you expect. I'm a bit crass and blunt with how I approach things, so... there's that.
And, I mean, Osric looks at all of you and says, if you don't feel that you can do this, just tell me, and I won't arrange the meeting. You can always try to find another way.
AKA, this is a point of no return, guys.
I have never not believed in my
about...
ability to do something, and I'm not about to start now.
Why don't you
simply...
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Why don't you simply attempt to convince the council that we do have a method of rooting out those that are spies, and with the touch of my weapon or hand, we can rule them out. As safe to gather trust.
When you say that, his eyes, like the pupils, turn into like two little pinpricks, and like you kind of get the sense that like the stress and the fear and the lack of sleep and the alcohol are like this guy's on the edge, right? And he just kind of trying to keep his voice controlled. He says, "You can't trust anyone, not anyone, not even my Helga. Everyone close to my father, they're poisoned. You see." All of them. All of them. I'm the only one. I'm the only one that's okay.
Ray asked him if he was okay and if he seems nervous. Does this...
Well, now I'm convinced that whatever we decide to do, we can't bring you.
Why?
Because if you say those words in front of them, they will immediately discredit you.
He blanches and he makes a face. Like he's gonna throw up.
It would help our case if we could force our enemy out into the open and prove their existence amongst your people. We have this cart of gold, and I'm honestly surprised they haven't tried to capitalize on it yet. Do you think that we could perhaps set up some sort of ambush where we put it in waiting and, you know, in an almost too convenient place where people might be able to find it, and we set up an ambush to stop them when they try to take it?
That's what we're... Oh,
he
sorry.
seems a bit confused. He says, for gold?
Well, more what it represents, and that the people think that we're here to unite the land, and the Red Hand would obviously seek to undo that. And if they were to take away our bargaining chip, that would obviously hinder our ability to achieve this goal.
What do you mean? All they have to do is nothing. They can just wait. We have to make every move. They have the cards in this situation. Why would they attack it and out themselves like that, when they stand to gain everything by simply watching us?
Yes, the longer we take, the closer their forces will be at Brindle's gates.
Well, then why don't we just hire $12,000 worth of mercenaries and head there now? Like, what are we doing?
I'm beginning to think on the same line of as that. I don't think our particular skills lend us well to any kind of encounter that has been described to us. And even if we were successful, what would result is likely a combat that the larger public would interpret differently depending on who you ask. And again, the point is to convince them, and I don't think we can.
So we're just going to give up.
No, we find an alternative route than what is being presented to us, like we always have.
What if me and
what we're good
Umed...
at.
What if me and Umed were to try to appease the heart of the public? There are those who followed him before, and there are those who still fancy me. And if we have the backing of the sun, then perhaps they may see reasoning behind what we say.
Yeah. There is another method. And it goes along with what you're saying, Aragorn. We could always use one of us as bait. Aragorn has a high position, as does Ume Gokaden. Why don't we put them in a compromising position? And when they do attempt to charm or take over their mind, I can do it. And they reveal that information to us. And with that proof, we can do what we wish. I have no doubt they would wish to plant one of us as a spy within our midst. Do you not as well?
Osric says, "How do you know? How do you know they haven't already?"
Point at
Sleep in
one
the
of
same
these
room.
people. Which one do you think is the spy?
His face kind of screws up in like pain and frustration, and he says,
That's the problem. I don't know. I don't have no fancy blade which shows the truth when people touch it.
You get the feeling that the fact that he doesn't know that that's cold iron indicates that Osric Hammerfast does not subscribe to many of the traditional dwarven values.
Then trust that I do, and that no one within this room is.
This illithid that we know about, perhaps we can only guess he has messed with the king's mind, but are we sure it's magic?
Fortunately, we do
What do you
not
mean?
know.
What else would it be? You think they corrupted him? That they somehow convinced him to truly follow through on this hateful, terrible things?
Well, think about it. We know one of them survived the secret war. And we know that our previous explorations, as you list the rest of the party, that there was a method to counteract their psionic abilities.
We already have it.
Aye, that does take time to make, yes, but
Haven't even figured out how to make it, let alone how long it will take.
are we
Wait,
certain that they're...
Wait.
Osric says.
If you really think it's the work of the Mind Flayers, then we must seek out our ancient allies who aided us in the battle against them. Creatures they fear more than any others. Beings of incredible psionic power that bolstered my ancestors, gave them the strength to resist and fight.
Who do you speak of?
I speak of the Flumps.
Oh, hell
The,
yeah.
the what?
Oh, dear God.
Hell yeah.
Oh, God.
Would that require some kind of check to know what those creatures are?
For sure. It's a super obscure
Oh,
monster.
fuck yeah, dude.
Are we serious?
What is
Okay,
this
what's
thing?
the
What
check?
is it, Arcana or
Oh, it's
something?
gonna be fantastic.
Or nature?
It would be God. It would be nature. They're technically a natural
I will help.
aberration. I don't know.
So can we roll even if we don't have proficiency in it?
You as a dwarf could roll a history check.
Okay.
Alright.
When anybody's rolling nature, you get advantage because I stand there and say nothing.
Oh my goodness. So Aragorn, Aragorn, you dig deep and you're assuming they must be talking about Flump the Destroyer, like one of the greatest dwarven heroes of all time, like a giant of a dwarf who wielded a massive two-handed hammer in each hand and one in his teeth. Like it's gotta be who they're talking about. Barnabas, you are assuming that a Flump, based on the answering silence of your abandon, must be some, and actually you and Rafina got the same check, the same result. You guys are assuming it must be some sort of anti-Mind Flayer, some sort of creature that is like a Mind Flayer, but doesn't do bad stuff. It tries to stop Mind Flayers. That's the best you can do with what he's described.
All right, point us in the right
Alright.
direction.
Do any of those creatures survive?
Oh, aye. There are rumors that my nanny used to tell me that they live in the fungal caverns, a ways down in the Underdark, near to where the dwarves dug a bit too deep into the Ghost Lord's territory. It's said that the Flumps, they wait to be called upon should such an evil ever arise again, and that even now they take up dwellings in those caverns to protect us from the incursion of fungal beasts. No offense, ma'am.
He looks at you, right?
No offense is taken.
I don't know if you brought your fungal baby with you or not, but
No, she would have left
okay.
it. But I mean, she's always covered in like spores.
Yeah,
and fungal
yeah.
growths anyway, so it's pretty easy to assume.
I suppose then, you could try. You could try to seek them out. With their great psychic powers, you could undo the damage that's been done to the king.
That would be a more practical solution as opposed to subterfuge.
All right. Then lead us to the entrance to these caverns.
But wait. We are low on time, everyone. The more we spend digging around for aid, the less we'll have for Brindle. I still put forward our bait and switch. It is far more dangerous and we'll likely lose one of us without the Flump's help. But if you wish to go into the Underdark and seek out these mysterious allies, I will go with you.
This environment intrigues me, as do these creatures, but I will follow what decisions the claws make.
I'm on Team Flump.
Sounds like a poll to me.
That sounds like a poll. Okay.
Yeah.
We already know what we're choosing
guess-
or going with.
Like 3 options, right? Like we've got the
Do
bait
we?
and switch, we've got the Underdark, and then we've got the just ignore all of it and don't do any of it.
I have no idea what we're doing. Yeah, you guys are all over the place today.
To clarify,
Yeah, I'm not 100% on what the bait and switch is. Do you
to
feel like you
clarify,
could set up these NPCs as
no,
targets, or
no. So the idea was if we can get a audience with the king or anything similar to any council member, we can leave one of our important figures such as Aragorn with them, and they would likely try to supplant a spy. And so while Regiar cannot approach one of the council members, once Aragorn or one of us has been attempted to be taken control of and not killed, because that's what they would go for, Regiar can fix them afterwards.
I don't think it can be Aragorn or Umegs though, because both of them would probably be killed as traitors.
Umegs for sure would just be taken into custody. There wouldn't be
Right.
like a meeting. Yeah.
So turning Aragorn into the spy in our party because he's already ingratiated us in with us is maybe a choice they would do, or Caden, I suppose, if we wanted to risk an NPC.
It
I
sounds like
would choose
it would probably be more Brightcoin than Aragorn.
100%
Because
would be a better target.
Aragorn was banished, and for him to just turn around and be like, "Hey, let me into your group," that seems a bit sus. Brightcoin, I mean, he has good standing with the people, so if he is turned, that would probably be the better target for them.
Yeah, and it's all about credibility after the fact. Like when you cure them, they're gonna be like, "Yay, I was charmed," but then it's like their word against the entire council's.
Yeah.
But once
There's one
we
like
know, we
huge
can
issue
do
with
whatever
this
we want.
though. Like the moment he gets controlled, he would just say, "Oh, by the way, they're planning to do this."
He would reveal reveal our plans essentially.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's like the biggest issue with this whole thing.
Actually, I do have a spell to help with that.
Oh.
I just didn't bring it up because everyone else was talking, but
To help with what?
the whole charming, if it is a charm like effect or something like that.
You can stop a charm or you can break a charm.
Protection from evil and good.
Oh,
Yeah,
same thing.
What's the range?
I thought you were hinting at like a modify memory type spell. I was like, how are we going to solve the issue of him just saying, "By the way, here's everything they told me before you did this to me"?
Oh, it's a touch spell. One creature.
Yeah. So Flumps.
That honestly seems like our only option, unless we want to risk the public audience at a distance.
I'd rather not spend any more time.
12k
The
from
third
Merc, so
being-
we just ride the Brindle with an army at our backs.
Oof. Yeah,
No,
honestly.
let's do a council member because I have an idea for that. I mean, if we kidnap them, we can take them to a separate pocket dimension.
What?
I don't know about all that, but okay.
I mean, no, let me see. I have rope trick, and it creates an extra dimensional space.
Mm-hmm.
And just take a hostage inside a little pocket. Yeah.
I mean, it lasts an hour. And
Yeah, but
up to 8 creatures can fit inside.
right. But what do we do with them after the hour?
We can interrogate them, see what's going on, get the information, and I mean,
Nope. We're not going to one by one start capturing council members. That'll take all week.
so one by one. We're just
Kill
going
them.
for
Kill-
soul.
All right, we need one more vote. One more
my
vote
God.
to close it out.
Yeah, it sucks
Please
to
make
be
the right
tiebreaker
choice.
Here. Oh boy.
Oh wait, is it me? Ah shit.
Oh my God! Please
well, I
no.
mean, you didn't have to say nothing. 'cause it's-
No. No.
No, I didn't make it. I didn't make it unanimous. I could make it anonymous. Excuse me, anonymous.
I
Yeah.
forgot. Okay.
I didn't know how comfortable people had gotten with anonymous voting. Oh wow. Okay.
I think my actual vote would be that. You know, it's funny because that was what I was at, was also one by one
Oh,
assassinating
man.
council, but
All right. So it looks like ultimately, you guys see the plight of the dwarves, and you're like, no thanks, and you're gonna hire
Really?
as many mercs as you can, and then head to Brindle.
I
It's
was
not a
joking.
no thanks. It's we're on a time clock, and if we don't make
That's
that
what I
time
mean.
clock, everybody we care about dies anyway.
I don't care about that many people.
Well,
That's-
you made your choice. You made your
Alright.
choice.
All right. It's locked in. Okay.
I'm gonna go on record to say this is a bad plan.
Wait.
Okay, like full meta, I don't think there's any way we get out of that distanced conversation. Like, even if we are successful, anybody else who is mind controlled would immediately see that as an aggressive action, and it turns into a fight, and we look like bad guys either way.
We get a flump. We present the king with a flump.
That will
And it's-
still take time. And last time we tried to capture something, you blew it up with that. You had out of character.
We don't
Now,
talk.
you don't know about that.
But-
You are not.
This is out of character. This is out of
I
character.
do want to point out that a flump is not a hippopotamus. A flump is a sentient
You-
being that you would
that
just
you
say.
can
You would
just
say.
talk to.
Yeah, you can just be like, "We need help," and the flumps are like, "We've been waiting for centuries for someone to come ask us for help."
Also, that's
And-
some revisionist history. I remember there's 3 people who decided to go full balls out on the
Who
hippo.
killed it? Who fucking killed
I
it?
was the only part of the plan that we actually made. The whole point.
All right,
did
let
No one
me-
told you to action surge on it.
While
No
you're
one told you.
While you're discussing this, I'm gonna look up the prices of mercenaries. All right, I actually have a tool for this. Let
I
me
don't
go,
think 12k is gonna be a whole lot.
It was
Honestly,
Mercs or Flumps
it's
for
gonna be
me.
more
Those
than
were
you
the
think.
only two I could see.
Let's.
And the Flumps is like time.
I just say we fight the king. Just
No.
full on. Just
No.
fight the king.
that was
then-
my original idea, and you guys said no because
But
I was
because
up
then
for
we
it.
lose-
It's
we
It's
lose
not
public
an
opinion.
idea. It's a
It just
terrible
looks like
plan.
it just looks like a coup, like the
Yeah.
kid was saying. 100%.
It's just gonna wind up in a civil war, and then we're gonna leave here having left it much worse than when we started.
Think carefully about what we're doing. If we leave here, out of character, if we leave here, there's still going to be a problem.
Yeah,
Because we haven't dealt with the
future
illithid
post
yet.
campaign us.
there's a
It might not be a future post campaign. You can't deal with
there's a
Well,
welcome-
there's always a post campaign unless all of reality is ended. It just doesn't
Okay.
mean that you're gonna know what
Well,
happens.
well,
it's just
hold on.
it's just headcanon at that
If
point.
I've
you
been
know?
convinced
Yes,
to
it's
change my
headcanon,
mind,
but let's
can
be-
I?
It's headcanon, but let's be real. It's if Crash wants to run a post campaign.
Exactly. I want to unturn every stone. I don't want to leave nothing behind.
I don't know about doing
Technically, the
100%.
post campaign for this is Scales of War, and I promised myself I wouldn't run Scales of War again.
Yeah.
So we're
yeah.
we're killing the king then.
It would be taken care of in an epilogue. So when
I-
you're reading on,
So,
In,
so
in character, Ray would not. Is just gonna follow whatever you guys do. Out of character,
Mhm.
Lex would probably say we should do the flumps. That's at least a method that is provenable and would be able to root out whatever type of influences that our magics cannot do. If it's something
You guys
that's
have
not
convinced
magical.
Okay.
me to change my vote. I ain't gonna lie.
There we
Yeah,
go.
I'll do flumps
Okay.
then.
I like the Flumps better than the public meeting, but we still have the same issue of why would they let the Flumps get near them?
We don't have to tell them about the flumps until it's too late.
Okay.
They will literally see a flump with us. There's no way.
What I also
they
think is great is that if your characters are having this conversation, none of them even know what the fuck a flump is,
No.
right?
Except for Barnabas and Ray.
I picture that
I
each
still
of
have
you
no
is
idea.
picturing something different. I feel like each
Yeah.
of you is picturing something completely different in your mind. Like,
I'm gonna be 100%. I'm gonna be 100%. For one, we just learned what a flump is. We don't even know what a flump. We got told to go to the underground magic area where they are, and to come back with the miracle.
Based on a
And-
fable.
Based on a fable, exactly.
based on a
And
fable told you by a drunken
by
prince
a drunken prince who can
who's
hardly
almost
trust
out of
us.
his who's almost out of his mind with paranoia.
But need
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remind you that since this story has begun, we have encountered so many miraculous things that people considered to be myths. We met a literal gator god.
You know what?
I mean, we learned that illithids that should be all be dead. There's an undead one that's still running around causing havoc.
That is all well and good, but chancing the collection in the deep underground depths of the Underdark, which is known to be very treacherous, when we just got done barely pulling ourselves out of the Ghost Lord's territory. On top of that, 12k mercenaries are probably going to be more dwarves that would come with us to Brindle than if the actual town was on our side. These dwarves don't want to leave. They don't care about Brindle. If we give the money away to the king, nothing is going to help us. We're just preventing a bigger issue.
You just send, when we're successful, we just get his soldiers, which is honestly probably about the same, if not less. I don't know.
Well,
I think we'd get more if we had the actual support of the kingdom than just
everything Cryptid said is true there, and I still think we have a better chance of the flumps than the public meeting.
I want see. Thing is, player, I agree. In character, it's 50-50 on the public meeting for Aragorn and the mercenaries, but he's leaning towards the public meeting.
In character, I think I've already established this. Rager couldn't give a single shit about the Veil after the Red Hand are gone. And so we are focusing on the Red Hand, and that's what he's trying to do here. So if the Red Hand are the bigger issue, we should focus on the Red Hand and not a undead illithid. And the dwarves that could hardly pull their ass out of their head long enough to understand that they have an issue in their own court.
Oof. Oof.
You know what? Screw it. I decided. Fuck it. We hide the mercenaries.
The
and we head to
illithid
Brindle.
works for the Red Hand. What if he just shows up too?
No, this is all tied together. Everything is the same.
It's true.
They're working with the Red
I don't
Hand.
know. I feel
it's
like
all part of the Red Hand now.
controlling the king is different than getting the king to send his soldiers to help the Red Hand, and I don't see the latter part of that happening. So I think we're better off leaving. But I'm like.
The thing about mercenaries is mercenaries don't fight with passion, and that is something that's kind of important. Like, there's a really strong chance that if things turn badly for them, that they will retreat.
Oh yeah, they'll piss off. They'll be like, all right, we got our money, we'll just leave. We have no reason to fight this out the full way.
This also may sound absurd, but what if the illithid just had the king be like, "Hey, help the Red Hand, not the people of Brindle."
I mean, that's
what
what
I'm saying.
Right.
I
That's
don't see that as
essentially what
likely
they're doing
because
right now.
while they might be able to convince the king to make that order, like there's not only the pockets of dissension already forming, but even the soldiers would have an issue with that at that point, and that would cause full-blown civil war. And so I don't think that's something we have to worry about as much.
At this point, we might as well instigate the civil war.
That's what they're trying to do to keep them busy.
But we don't have time for a civil war.
No. Did you
We
see
have
the runtime of
time
that movie?
to
That's
go
just long
find
as
a
hell.
flump. We go find a flump, and we bring it. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and then we move on.
That's time wasted on a creature we have never seen before, except you.
Long
I feel it in my bones.
Do we know how long the journey is?
With your ranger and your two cave specialized druids, it might take a day there and a day back.
Means we have a day to find a flump.
Let's just go to Brindle. Screw everything, epilogue, whatever. Let's just leave here, because I don't see any other way.
We know the pattern that they're attacking cities. Does that mean can we now, with the information that we have, predict like roughly how long we have until they might arrive at Brindle, assuming they don't have a slowdown? Because somebody said to us this morning that if they follow the pattern they're on, ...
Right.
They should reach the city limits or the outskirts of Brindle in 5 to 7 days.
Right, so I guess how long to get there from here?
With you, well,
in the wagon.
With the wagon, it's going to be, I think, 4 days.
Now with a wagon and 12,000 mercenaries at our back.
Right. Yeah. So
the soldiers will never make it.
We'll go to Brindle.
So we have to leave now.
Yeah, we have to leave now. We can't waste any more time on this.
If we're ever getting more forces for Brindle, then we have to go now. If we stay here and do the flumps, we will get no allies to Brindle.
All right.
So mercenaries then, and we're heading to Brindle.
If we stay here and get the flumps and do it, we'll be arriving during the siege, like with the reserve army, basically.
Yeah, with the riders of
Assuming everything goes well, convincing them.
If you got there ahead of them, and then the dwarves were like, "Thank you for your help. We're going to send people to assist." Then yeah, you would essentially be getting reinforcements during a battle, or maybe just in time. Brindle, like, here's the thing: Drellin's Ferry, Tarleton, Namon's Gap, Talar, they little hamlets, right? Brindle is a huge walled city built on a defensible hill. It's got like a river right next to it for defense. It's got trained knights.
They'll be able to survive a siege for a little while.
Right. They have a lot going for them. And that's part of why there's sort of been this build-up to fight Brindle, is right. Like Brindle
the Red Hand
represents
sees
the heart
them,
of the region.
They see them as the symbol of the Vale. Once Brindle falls, then they don't have to worry about anything else because everyone else is just farmers to them.
Okay, but I just realized a problem.
Okay.
What if the whole dwarven thing is a milestone? We'll still be level 9.
Oh my god.
So,
I mean,
hell yes.
probably.
We literally can't leave.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys want to roll into Brindle at level 9.
Exactly. It's like,
yes,
I want to
do,
max
actually. Fear, what is that? Do we just go?
but think about it. Level 10, boys.
All right, so by road, you're 120 miles. So let me calculate that. I want you guys to have all the information.
Do you want to go on the Elsir Vale map?
Yeah, I can send you guys over to the
Yeah.
Elsir Vale. Here you go.
So we've got, if we did the flumps, we would have at maximum 3 days to make it to Brindle.
But
and we can't make it there in time.
Well,
yeah,
because it's going to take a day to get to there and a day back, and then who knows how long in between.
Leaves us a day to solve the issue of holds.
So that's 3 days from now, but we know in 5 days they're going to be at Brindle.
Need to arrive before they arrive at Brindle?
I believe we had discussed before that it would be invaluable to be able to set up before the Red Hand Army attacks.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
our allies should be getting there too. We need to reconvene. Otherwise, once the assault has begun, we won't be able to get within the walls.
Plus, we can't really inform them of anything since we have all the relevant information. There'll be no point in getting there as they're fighting.
I mean, Orion had some of the information that we got at the fence, so I mean...
So did the elves.
Was he with... Well...
He was with
the elves have that information, and they probably have teamed up by now, I'd hope. I don't know.
But does he also know about the Gold Floor situation?
Anything at the Thorn Waste, Orion would not know, but anything from the information that we got from Rest at that fortress, he would have that information. He would be able to pass that along. He would
the Ghost Lord is irrelevant.
But we can also tell them about the Hammerfast holds, that there's no dwarven support because,
120 miles at 30 foot speed, assuming that you pushed hard for a fast speed, would be 3.5 days. If you traveled at a normal pace, it'd be 4.5 days.
Yeah.
Now you guys have unlocked quote unquote fast travel, so you could just use that to not have any random encounters to guarantee that you will get there in the time that you're supposed to get there.
Does that extend to us and any mercs we hire?
I think
probably not for the mercs, but for us. And we have a battle wagon, so that's a traveling sanctuary for us. Right.
So you'd arrive there fresh and ready to go.
Yeah.
Now the mercenaries, they're their own business. So if you hire them and send them off, they would probably, they're mercenaries. They'll probably fast travel if it means they need to get there in time for the battle. Like.
Now the problem is,
I don't
we're
roll random
just-
encounters for NPCs traveling around, so I mean, I would assume they would just get there in the time that they need to get there.
If we're just fast traveling, that means we're going through Dolph and Prosser, which are both having their own issues. That's going to possibly slow down the mercs if they encounter those things and those situations have not been dealt with.
Okay. Here's the compromise. Instead of doing the whole dwarf thing, we solve one of the 2 towns that we go through.
If we were going to do that,
That
we
was-
should have not come here in the first place.
Yeah, that will still take time out of our schedule
We
to.
don't have time to start the investigation of an entirely new town.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, comparing what these 2 towns have to offer
Farmers.
versus the hammer pistols. it's
Farmers
like-
versus an
we're
army.
We're
Yeah.
talking war machines, Griffin Riders.
I said compromise.
Battle
I didn't
wagons.
say equal.
Quite a compromise.
Look, 100%. Let's just skip the dwarves and head to Brindle. We
It's like-
we
It's
have
like,
5
it's
to
like
7
having,
days.
It's like having John Wick or like your 5-year-old nephew. Like, you know, like.
Okay,
Distraction's
Here-
a distraction, you know?
if we skip
not-
the dwarves, what we've gained out of it is the gold from Brindle being used to hire mercenaries and research into the arcane tattoos to help us against psionics. If we stay and assist the dwarves, we will maybe arrive late, but probably thwart the illicit thing entirely and arrive with the same amount of people. But
Another
now
thing
we'll
we
have
gained.
the
Different
prep
amount of people.
time.
Yeah, a day and a half of prep time.
Yeah, but we won't have nearly the amount of prep time. So it's the weight of, is a day and a half of prep time enough, or do we need 3 to 4 days of prep time?
I would go 3 to 4 days because
What are we
And
going
I-
to do in 3 to 4 days?
And I will
Exactly,
I will say this, that this kid, this prince, right? If you solve this problem for him, and this is just like Jurt insight if he were to use it, and the insight of the 2 druids, like this guy, you would be his saviors. Like if you were like,
That's an IOU of
if
insurmountable.
you like, he is suffering so hard right now that
Like repairing. Sorry.
Also,
Yeah.
crack my
Right.
knuckles and say, arriving at dawn of the 3rd day, look to the east, and we arrive as the reinforcements to Brindle with the battle ongoing. It's
I mean-
kind of a cool
I
aesthetic.
mean, yeah,
As
that's what I was
fun.
gonna bring that up. That's
As-
cinematic as hell.
as
Yeah.
fun as that may be, if we arrive to Brindle, skipping the dwarves, we can still hit the Tomb of the Burning Heart. It's another
Yeah.
powerful
That's
weapon.
way-
It's
Yeah.
literally right there.
No, it's not. It's like up in
That's
Red
like
Rock.
that's another. That's
changing
like
my vote.
that's
We're
what like another.
Passing my-
That'd be like another day from Brindle and
I'm
back
passing
to
that fuse
2.
that Starsinger brought us that weapon. You know what I mean?
That-
Like,
I'm just saying.
I mean,
just
I mean,
saying.
while
Here.
you're at it,
There's
I
nothing
mean,
in that tomb but vampirism.
Lancer's Timb's right there. I mean,
Exactly, guys.
Yeah.
Screw. We don't need the dwarves. I
I
take
need
everything
to-
back.
Yeah,
we
we
can
let
go
the
to-
Red Hand take Brindle, and we go to all the tombs, and then we meet them at Denovar.
We can make. Look, we have a ranger and 2 druids. We can make it in less than a day. Hopefully.
Okay, I see we've lost the tone of this conversation. We're not
Has
talking seriously.
anybody played Mass Effect 2 where like towards the end, like there's only like so many missions you could do before before the end, and you don't know the first time through unless you look up spoilers, like just how bad it's gonna be if you don't manage to do all the missions. Like it feels like that. I feel like that vibe is happening right
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
That's why.
Look. If we go to Brindle right now and we just sit on our hands for 3 days, what do you think that we are going to do in Brindle that the entire city of Brindle isn't doing right now?
I don't know why you're thinking we have 3 days.
If we
We
leave
have a
right now, we're going to
minimum
have
of
like 2
1.5,
days.
maximum of 3. It's a huge range. Like again.
But
it's all-
again,
we're
why are we
guessing.
just going to sit around and wait? Like, what is
Who
the
said
city
we'll be
of-
waiting? We can
Yeah.
still get the
We gotta-
weapons
we
of
still have
rest.
to check
No,
in
we
with
can't.
Starsinger, get her. No, we don't need to do any of that.
You can also scout the Hand's army.
I mean, they're
And,
probably already doing that, like without us.
And when we can send ourselves out and get there, and they're scouting parties and forward forces. Like, there's multiple different things we could be doing as well. But
we
Look,
could
if we
could
go to
solve.
the flumps, sorry.
I was just gonna say we could, instead of routing doing this over here, we could go to Brindle, and if we have extra time, we go to Elsir Cross and make sure we don't get pincered by the traders.
That's the best idea I've heard so far.
That's
Okay, well,
Okay.
not bad.
We're at time, so you actually have a whole week to figure out.
we can bitch at each other on Discord.
Yeah, well, we can do that.
Here's the thing. I don't want to say there's no wrong answers, right? But Brindle is a big walled city. There will be a siege. This isn't going to be a huge army literally rolling over a hamlet that has been mostly abandoned, right? Like, they took these other towns quick, but they will not be able to take Brindle in a day.
It's going to be a multi-day siege.
Right. How long they can last without you is currently basically you recruited the elves. So they have the elves to help them. The elves have gone to help the Goliaths, and so there will be some Goliaths assisting.
Furballs.
Not as many as if you guys went and did it yourselves, because you're the main characters. But that's kind of the situation right now. And you've got the New Jack Lizard folk who would be willing to come to the aid of Brindle if asked, essentially. So like they do have some allies, and that stuff, even if it sounds terrible, even if you didn't make it in time, that stuff would be considered when the rolls are being made for the different important moments during the battle. So you have done work to bolster them, and you have gone to the Thorn Waste and eliminated them bone drinkers. They were kind of tough. You wouldn't want them to have a whole shitload of those running around. You wouldn't want them to have undead, plant support and all this other kind of stuff.
We stopped them from making more black spawns.
Yeah, you shut down the entire research facility in the Ruins of Rest, so they don't have a shitload of these black spawn invaders. So not only have you bolstered their allies, but you also lowered their power level.
Cowed their dragon?
Right. So you're at a point right now where you've created some opportunities. Could you create more? Or do you think that your time would be better spent going to the city and helping them prepare? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they per the adventure have their own plans for how to handle the battle, but you guys are the main characters, so if you were there, you could hear their plans and influence them. If there was time, you could help with defenses and things like that, but you can help in other ways by providing more allies, more resources, et cetera, et cetera. So like, it's a tough situation to be in. Now, you could, with 12,000 gold, hire a pretty decent army of dwarven mercenaries for sure, and that would be, if anything, that would be a real compromise. Not helping Prosser or Douth, but rolling up with a very decent contingent of dwarven mercenaries would be better, because you would probably attract not only the mercenaries themselves, but people amongst the dwarves, especially the surface clans, that are like, well, I don't want to lose everything to this, right? Because that's ultimately, if the army that's fighting to the north gets done beaten in everybody else's face, and they decide to head towards the Hammerfast Holds, the people of Kern Dural, Hundelstone, and Valdir, they know that the king is just going to pull everybody underground. And so they're going to be forced to abandon their homes, their way of life, or be left defenseless on the surface. So you do have other options besides just going and balls out, slapping the king upside the face, and dispelling the evil, and like clearing his mind, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of things you could do. And also in the public presentation, you're not like a football field away from this guy. Like, you're on a platform and he's maybe like 50 feet away. So like, I mean, if you wanted to Hail Mary, teleport / fly up and try to drop a touch spell on him, if you think that is the solution, this is all about like big risk, big reward, right? Like, you guys were talking about, what if we capture a councilman, and that councilman's just a seedy dude but not actually corrupted, or like, what if it's a red herring and somebody else is actually corrupted? these are all things that, yeah, they're at play. And with enough time, you could spy on the councilmen and figure out, the council, figure out, what they're about, and you pick them off one by one. There's a lot of different things you could do. But if you did flumps, you also have, again, 2 cave druids with pass without trace and a badass ranger. If you will recall, when Team Nature was at its fullest, I would just tell you guys, for the most part, like, these are the encounters that you could or would have had, and then you make the decisions about what those encounters are. I don't feel like that would have changed much between here and there. You know what I'm saying? So again, you have so many possible paths you could take to kind of wrap this up, but it will, like, the calendar will move and the events will proceed, and you guys have to figure out where you want to be when that stuff goes down.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But that milestone, though.
Thank you for laying that all out, Crash. I still think in the end that there are 2 choices that we can make over the week, and it's like you said, going down doing the flumps, and coming back up, because that seems like our clear plan that we could do because we don't have a good spy master. And the other one is the compromise of taking 12k worth of Mercadorves and whoever we can bring, all the way to Brindle, meeting up with Jarrett, who wanted to meet up with,
obviously.
Yep. And then with the time extra that we have, going to Elsir Cross and getting rid of the traitor leader so that they can't attack Brindle too. And then we have the Red Rock also cleared up, and we can swing by that and make it back for the siege. Is, I think, our 2 choices that are
those definitely seem like the 2 most solid choices. Yes.
And I will say, connected to the flumps is also connects to still being a public display where the flumps just kind of assist us with that whole Tear of the King thing. They're just an extra push
I was saying earlier
to make that easier.
It folds into the whole public. What was the choice that we had?
Well, it's the strong belief of your dwarven allies that
dwarves, view them as heroes. So why would they fucking be suspicious of them?
That a public exposure is the only way to really pull it off. That if doing it behind closed doors could be manipulated and kind of used against you. So yeah, it's a tough situation to be in. And yeah, as Cryptid pointed out, you guys don't have like a party assassin, you don't have like a spy master, you don't have a silver-tongued frontman or anything like that. So your avenues and your options are certainly limited. All right. Well, it sounds like you guys have a lot to think about. Whatever decision you make, that is, we will take the majority and we will run with it. And the players and their characters will have to find a way to accept that was the majority vote and support it. So, okay. Quick announcements. Tomorrow we got Curse of Strahd Daybreak. Tomorrow night we got Mythic Odyssey. Monday we got Odyssey Prime in the final chapter of that entire campaign. So it's getting pretty crazy. And I have no idea how it's going to turn out. So I'm nervous and excited for that game. But Tuesday we've got Pathfinder Abomination Vaults, I guess. And then we got...
You guys had a rough last session.
I just don't like slot machines. I don't want my success and failure to be 100% up to the dice, no matter how hard I try. I feel like effort should count for something. That's why in our games I like to have succeed at a cost, and I like to have lots of DM inspiration opportunities, and we got Factspiration dice. We got lots of ways to try to mitigate bad dice rolls to kind of let people who have good plans at least have a fighting chance to make this happen. Yeah. It's a little soul crushing when the system is like, cool, but unless you roll 15 or higher, you don't do anything.
Yeah, that's why people spend so much time optimizing to specifically only do that very well, so that they never have that.
Yeah, it's so I don't like it. Why have 19 different classes if you really just want everyone to be a fighter? Yeah, I had some bad feels after last session. Anyways, we got Cyberpunk Red that same night. We're playing Dragon's Dogma on Wednesday nights. It was a blast last week. Sorry about what happened to Sarah, but mistakes were made. And then Thursday, Curse of Strahd, Nightfall will continue. We ended up having to cancel this week. It was a bad week. I don't know what's going on Friday. We might try to have vodcast. That got canceled last night because Dom's work had a bunch of stuff going on. And then Saturday morning we'll be back here, and your decision will be made, and the campaign will continue in whatever direction you have decided to take it.
So, just from a prep standpoint, do you want us to have an answer to you by like a certain day, or?
I mean, I have everything for this campaign is prepped. I think I have one more prep session to do because I want to do some fine tuning on some end game stuff. But everything here, including flumps that wasn't just pulled out of my butthole, is already prepped. The maps are already prepped. Everything's already prepped. Brindle's all prepped. Elsir Cross is prepped. So whatever it is you guys decide to do.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So, all right. Anybody have any announcements before we adjourn?
I'll make one. For our
Okay.
lovely viewers out here who has been watching the Red Hand group from session 1 up till now, thank you very much.
Aw.
Also, for those of you with 10,000 more points on the panel, please donate them to us, Red Hand group. We are in a tough spot.
I will say the fanspo bot is looking a little dry.
And for every fanspo you send, that's one mouseful who gets to live another day and not get turned into someone's dinner.
Don't throw my people in that.
Okay.
Whoa, Crash made it canon, alright?
It's a hard time. It's a hard time to be trying to get fanspo because I
Every
heard
fanspo you
that
donate, people donate one slice of cheese pizza to a Mouskin child.
That's a pretty good sell. That's a pretty good sell.
Also, one last sell. If you donate fanspo within the next 2 minutes and 10 seconds, you get a plus size Orion and Claude.
Oh, wait,
okay.
I'm sorry. Where is this going?
Can we get those plushies?
Wow, those plushies sound amazing.
It's a limited time offer. So
all I've got is if you donate your fanspiration to Lutheria, she will private message you nudes and lewds. So just throwing that out there.
Oh.
Yeah, chapter 12, it's almost over. Rumor has it she's still around. So if you're looking to spend your fanspiration on a good purchase, you can always donate to NPCs. Lutheria would love to have some. She might need it. It's gonna get pretty rowdy. So
I do have a
She's
link.
already seen on like fucking Hella though. Like she's got like 40, right?
no, like 4 or 5.
Okay.
I made one earlier this week, so I think I may need a receipt.
Oh, you're awful.
I'm on Team Chaos. What can I say?
All right, yeah. I'll send the nudes over to you. Hold on.
Shutting off the stream. Okay.
Yeah, fair. All right. Have a good week, everybody.
See ya.
Bye.
Yep, thanks for running. Yeah, and thanks for everyone for tuning in. Catch you next time.
oh man.